Good morning, everybody. Nice to see you here, and nice to welcome also the people online. Bright and early on a Saturday morning, at least we're not in a rainstorm. That's great. My name is Janice Stewart, and I am the Dean Pro Tem of the Faculty of Arts here at UBC. And I would like to begin by acknowledging that UBC is located on the traditional, ancestral, and unceded territory of the Musqueam people. Consistent with our values of community and inclusion, we have a responsibility to acknowledge, honor, and make visible the university's relationship to Indigenous people. And I'm so excited to be here, and especially with amazing panelists who are extremely creative and doing this amazing work. So welcome to the Storytelling and the Role of Games in Our Society panel. And I'm just going to go along and let everybody introduce themselves and begin to tell you a little bit about what they're doing. So, there's.
Hi, my name is Clara Siron. I am the co-founder and creative director at a local studio here in Vancouver called Silver String Media. I guess I'll share a little bit about my interests first. Like I'm big into narrative design and storytelling, obviously. I'm really excited to be part of this panel. I'm also have a lot of interest in architecture and kind of spatial design. I actually studied that at UBC here many moons ago. And yeah, I think that like stories are spaces and games are spaces as well. And I'm really interested in kind of continuing that conversation as we go on. But yeah, I also have some footage prepared that we can roll in just a second of a recent project that we worked on called Glitch Hikers, The Spaces Between. Sweet. So, and if y'all were here for the concert last night, you saw a little bit of this and heard some of the music as well. But it's a strange, free-form narrative game that is about the spaces and the thoughts kind of in between destinations. When your mind is wandering, maybe on the road late at night in a car alone, or in an empty airport waiting for a delayed, perhaps indefinitely flight. Anyway, kind of approaching it from a thematic standpoint, like it's a game about, cultivating beginner's mind, about the liminality of travel, about the liminality of video games as a whole. But it's also kind of fragmented, and the kind of idea of the spaces between cascades down into even the writing itself. We tried to leave space and gaps in the conversations, in the text and the script, in the ideas. There's a bunch of other kind of a grab bag of themes and recurring motifs and metaphors, and there's a lot of space, hopefully, for the player to kind of insert themselves, insert their own life story into these encounters and into these spaces as they're kind of wandering around.
Yeah, I'll go next. My name is Matthew Seiji Burns. I'm a writer and game director based out of Seattle. I started making games about 20 years ago. I worked in the AAA industry at big companies like Microsoft and Activision and Bungie. Later, I became somewhat disillusioned with the AAA industry for reasons that I think everyone here can probably imagine. Then I went to the University of Washington in Seattle, where I worked on games for education, games for scientific discovery, and kind of just overall like games with a purpose, and formed had some really good experiences working on those types of games, and also formed some opinions on them. After that, I joined a very small indie team also based in Seattle called Zachtronics. And with Zachtronics, I was able to make this game, Eliza, and we can start the Eliza trailer now. Eliza takes the form of a visual novel, and it places you in the role of someone who has worked at a major tech company based in Seattle on a AI therapy tool. So the idea is that people talk to this AI and it offers some form of therapeutic value to them. The pitch that I give for it is like, what if you could talk to an Amazon Alexa, and instead of just ordering goods or finding out the weather or sports scores, you could talk to it about your day, and it would ask you kind of therapeutic questions about your day, like how did that make you feel, and things like that. And the central question of Eliza is sort of, is this an actual useful tool that people can use? Because therapy is, something that I think is increasing in importance for people to use. And there's a shortage of trained personal therapists. Or is this something that is a little bit of a dystopian future where we're all just talking to computers and everything gets sent to a central server and munged into a giant machine learning database, and people are listening in on your conversations and so on and so on. So the game presents multiple perspectives on this, espoused by different people, inspired by the different kinds of people that you meet in the tech world and outside of it. And then the game sort of asks you to decide what the best the best way forward for the main character of the game. I could talk more about it some other time, but that's the essential kind of summary of what Eliza is. I think that's good for me.
Thank you. And Arthur.
Hi, everyone. My name is Arthur Protazio. Thank you to UBC. Thank you to Games in Action for this opportunity for us to be here discussing a topic that I love so much. Obviously, we're all here content creators and narrative designers and storytellers. And a little bit about my background. I come, believe it or not, originally from a law background. So for me, it's super interesting to see games as a cultural artifact. And I guess throughout my career, I went through this path of like going from law and understanding the role of digital content in our culture and our society, and then becoming a game developer and a writer as well. I've worked as a writer, director with diverse platforms, TV and film, video games, comic books. Currently, I'm a senior narrative designer here at Archaeact, and that's a immersive studio here in Vancouver for VR and AR experiences. But a lot of the work that I do as well, with a focus on narrative and diverse narrative experiences, is done through my studio, Fableware. And at Fableware, we've worked on different types of projects, and always with the firm belief that we can create critical spectacles. And spectacles in the sense that we are, yes, creating in many ways entertainment, but entertainment that sows the seeds of reflection. At least that's something I like to say, which is we can engage, of course, and we're here because we all admire video games as a medium. But at the same time, how can this medium also share values and meaning and messages that matter to us? I think both games here are perfect examples of this. And each of them explores in a very different way. So the footage that I'm going to show is actually for two games, and I'm going to be talking over as the footage plays. The first game that you're going to see in the video is Sword Legacy. And when you look at it at a first glance, it's a tactical RPG. It's a retelling of the Excalibur legends. So you don't get to play as King Arthur. You get to play as Uther Pendragon. It's a little bit of a, let's call it a prequel, Excalibur origins in a way. And it's interesting to see how our goal with that game was always to talk about obsession. So if we could just play the video, and you'll see that it is on we would like to call it as a dark black cauldron aesthetic. We used the movie from the 1980s, the animation from the 1980s as our inspiration. But the focus, again, despite it being this somewhat brutal, gruesome, bloody tactical RPG, the whole concept of it was always what are the pitfalls of obsession? And we wanted to represent that in the role of the main character, Uther Pendragon, because as we all know, the one who wields the sword is Arthur, not Uther. And you get to see this obsessive character wanting to get a hold of the Excalibur sword, and how that in many ways questions even the definition and the discussions of destiny, for example. So that's one of the takes that we have when it comes to developing experiences in games. When it comes to experience in TV and film, I think one of the For us, one of the most relevant experiences that we had was when we were working on a TV show based in Brazil that was nominated for the Emmy. And this was because we combined the audience participation via an app along with the actual story that was taking place in the show. And this was back in 2014. The other game, and I'm not going to show the whole footage, but this is just something that we're working on right now. And the reason why I have two trailers here showing in just the position is because their themes are in many ways equivalent and analog, in the sense that one is a game about obsession where a character eventually that leads to ruin because they are obsessive. And the other game, All I Have Is Time, is currently in development. And this is actually old footage, but it's about this woman who travels in time to try to save, to stop her hometown for actually getting destroyed. And it's actually a game about letting go. It's a game in which you realize that sometimes accepting, and actually in most cases accepting what is happening and processing emotionally what you're going through is better than refusing to accept that and just facing it head on and not being able to deal with that psychologically. So as you can see in the game, it's you travel through different stages of the character's life, Neza. And again, the concept really is just to show how we can still use these experiences that sometimes they might be very different and unique. I mean, for the most part, they are very unique, but sometimes they are very, they look independent, they have a very unique look to them, and sometimes they feel a little bit more commercial. But regardless of the type of experience we're creating, there's always room for discussing the value and the meaning behind them, and that's why I'm so excited to be here.
Thank you so much. Just a reminder that you can put your questions at slido.com using event code #panel4. I'll just start with a question. You're all really pushing. Good storytelling really is about this, diving into emotions, and your creativity and the cultural artifacts that you're making, I think are so fascinating in the way that you're really getting to some core raw emotions in making these cultural artifacts. And I'm wondering if you could just say a little bit more about this kind of journey and the merging between, well, the architecture, the designs that you're doing, and how you're using that creatively to really get at some intense material.
Sure. I'll go first. Cool. So, yeah, I think probably the best piece of work that I have done on that is Glitch Hikers. Of course, I haven't done it alone. We had a wonderful team. But as much as it is, a free-form narrative, and you might call it a walking simulator, or another way I like to think of it is kind of an interactive concept album with a couple of different themes, for different types of journey. We also had in mind from the beginning of development, the idea that this game might also be used as a tool, like a tool for holding space for people, a tool for getting folks into a headspace. The idea that we put a lot of content in there. There's 4 different game modes: the highway, the airport, the path. It's a nature walk at night, and a commuter train journey. And there's tons of conversations and musical experiences you can have, as well as just random stuff to discover as you kind of wander around these spaces. And we kind of imagine that a lot of times people will play it and maybe play a few of these journeys and kind of form an opinion about the game. And maybe it'll sit there for a while. Maybe they'll think, oh, that was a cool game, but I don't know if I want to come back to it. But they'll know it exists. They'll know the kind of experience they'll have in it. And like I think a lot of games do, but usually from much more nostalgic way, like you go to your favorite game when you're having a really hard time. Oh, hey, I love, for me, would be like Dark Souls. I'm feeling depressed, so I'm going to, try to get through Dark Souls real quick and kind of grind through that and be in that space. It's familiar. I know how to leverage its magic circle, the kind of promise of progress. I'm familiar with it and its pitfalls, so I'm not going to have as bad of a time. Like, games can do this, and I think that, I'm probably preaching to the choir here. I think we've all had an experience like this, but again, it usually tends to be nostalgic, and I'm really interested, though. The game Glitch Hikers just came out this year, so I think it's a little too early to tell if we've succeeded. We were really interested as we developed it and thinking, as well as an entertainment object, as well as this kind of kooky, weird, deconstructed video game with limited interaction, could it also be a tool, and could it also be like a space, a place that you go to have a certain experience, or to find a place within your own mind? And I think that's something that's very powerful, and it is a real kind of cornerstone of the quote-unquote magic of games. And I'm really excited at the possibility of a bunch of other games kind of doing this, and also the audience, as we kind of grow up around games, spend more time around games, as games become more ubiquitous, and the many different kinds of games just become more ubiquitous, and we spend more time in these spaces and relating with other people who don't play the same games. We still have this kind of common language. I'm excited to see how our culture shifts its perspective and its kind of approach to games, away from these kind of objects of entertainment towards cultural artifacts and places. Yeah.
Yeah. To add to that as well, I think that in the case of Eliza, because it takes the form of a visual novel, you really have to participate in these conversations with people, and because it's a story about an AI therapy tool, you have to sit in on therapy sessions with people, and you can't run away from them. You have to actually sit there and listen to people talk about their problems in order to get through the game, and that was very interesting to explore, both from a creative side of writing those and recording them with the voice actors who really responded to the challenge of inhabiting these characters and bringing them to life, and then also the way people react, because Eliza is not the type of game that I think is the kind of game that you just play when you want to zone out at the end of the day. You're literally kind of trapped in a therapy office with someone who may be not feeling very well, and you have to listen to them. The game kind of forces you to go through the motions of entire therapy sessions with multiple characters over the course of the game. And that is kind of what I wanted to do with the game. I wanted to kind of force players to experience all of those things before they made a decision about the technology. I wanted them to see the technology in operation for as long as possible before they said, is this good or bad? Will this be a benefit to society or not? So by kind of putting people's raw emotions in your face isn't always the most commercially friendly design decision, but I made it on purpose because I thought that that's what the game deserved most. And so to go back a little bit to your prompt, I think that exploring these emotional territories can sometimes be worthwhile, and if you're willing to really sink into them and try to pull them off properly in games, because then when you do offer the things that games offer us, which is interactivity, there's more context around the choices of the story, and the choices that you do offer from a game design perspective become all the more interesting and all the more resonant. So I think that's a big part of the role that emotions and exploring interesting emotional territory played in my project Eliza, and it's something that I'm hoping to continue to explore in future work.
Well said.
To add to that, I loved what both of you said, because it's all about, the way I see it, is mechanics as metaphors, right? How are you using your interaction to communicate a specific value or a message? And when you talk about players sitting to go through these sessions, really I think it's a skill that you're exercising in the game, but in the real world you're teaching people to listen. You're teaching people to pay attention. In Glitch Hikers, it's all about, I guess, I mean, one of the aspects of it seems to me, contemplation, right? You're really taking your time and looking at your surroundings and understanding what they mean, or at least coming up with your interpretations. And I think this is where we talk about cultural artifacts, and I think this is where we have the leap. Matthew mentioned, it's not, Eliza's not a game where you're meant to zone out, right? And I think that's amazing, because it's a game where you come in with intention, where you have an intention for the player, and the player comes in to go through that experience and learn more about it, and really not leave empty, you know. And it goes back to what you said, Clarice, about nostalgia, right? Or at least those emotions that hang on to the experience you went through. The way I see it is, nostalgia to me, it's pretty much like a memory in the middle of a fog. If you turn on your headlights, the lights are just going to reflect everywhere with the water, and you sort of have this potentially good feeling, but it's hard to pinpoint exactly where it's coming from. So I think it's when you have this strong emotional scar, in a way, it sticks with you for better and for worse, right? Of course, you can have positive and negative memories. But I think that if we're embedding them with these meanings and these values, it's especially important. In Sword Legacy in particular, one thing that I see as a connection to what both of you were saying is, again, it is a tactical RPG, so it's a game about making strategic decisions. But the main character, the protagonist, goes through, as I mentioned, this journey of obsession and trying to get their vengeance and trying to fulfill their goals, and going against the myths and the legends and destiny. And you, as a player, you can control your units to make specific strategic decisions, and you can even use what we call as one of the features willpower, which would be like this boost of courage. But then again, if you use too much of that courage, and if you go head on straight into battle, which means if you're obsessed with victory, that's also going to make your characters panic. So what we wanted to do was use a specific mechanic to not only say in the story, in the storyline, the arc of that character, obsession is a theme, but also as an interaction, obsessive can lead to your own ruin as a player. So I think that's where the medium shines, because we're able to communicate these messages not just with words, but with actions.
Thank you. Great answers. We're getting some questions here. So the first one, given schedule limitations of voice actors, how do you allow for late iteration on narrative design?
Working with voice actors is wonderful, and I encourage everyone, even the smallest indies, to do it. I think that given the constraints, right, I think it's worrying before you do it. It's like, oh no, I want to rewrite a character and re-record. But if you commit to the words that are spoken, there's a lot of things you can do to adjust things after the fact, you know, even if you do need to make a change. There is a certain amount of planning that you need to do, obviously, and a little bit of work on the front side to prepare for it. But I think the payoff is totally worth it, and it's something that you also learn to do over time. So if you make a game and record someone, whether that's with a professional actor or even just with your friends, you sort of learn how the voice sets into the game. You learn kind of where in the process that should happen. And then the next time you do it, you get better at it. And then you get better at it again. And then you kind of like realize where you can record the voices for the game while staying flexible in your production process. So I would say it's a matter of just kind of like continuing to do it as part of your practice.
Yeah, I'll add on to that, because I agree. Like, it's definitely worth getting the experience. It's worth, taking the risk. It is expensive, and it is also, as Matthew said, nerve-wracking, because you have to have that in, and then of course it's very expensive to get somebody in for a second session to read something to change your words. So you generally want to be measuring twice and cutting once. But I will say that, like, something that Matthew said that I think really stood out to me is kind of I'm paraphrasing a bit, like discovering or like being receptive to the words that are actually spoken. I think that's something that's really cool. Like we had the good fortune during working on Glitch Hikers to have not only really talented voice actors, but also a really talented voice director who was able to coach folks. And, not necessarily on Glitch Hikers, though that too. On several of our other projects, we've had a voice director, same person, Jacob Burgess, who is the voice of the radio and the drive in Glitch Hikers. And, again, this is an expense, but one that I think is super worth it, especially if you are interested in saving money by getting younger voice actors or your friends to try their hand at voice acting, or you want to be mixing in some seasoned talent with some less seasoned talent to kind of save on the budget, or just give people an opportunity. Like a voice director is super useful, and again, it's about like you write the words, you make sure you read them aloud yourself. You form opinions about how they're said, and the cool thing is the voice director then protects the talent from you because you have too many damn opinions about exactly how that's going to go. And if you start barking at the actor, say it this way, say it that way, you're probably just going to get something disappointing. Whereas you can tell the director, here's what I want, here's my vision. The director can say, hey, this word might trip this person up, or realize halfway through, your first or second take, this wording needs to change. Hey, writers, can we change this wording? And that's just the other thing is like, again, piling on the time and the cost, but this is your time, the writer's time, so it's a little bit cheaper. Yay. And that is sitting in on these sessions. If you have the voice director there, you have somebody to run it, you can be on mute, you can be on a second channel typing messages to the voice director, et cetera. This is what we did for Glitch Hikers. Super useful, again, to discover the words as spoken. And you can often generate, you can get that better second take organically through that process, as opposed to kind of hearing it go, oh, shit, that sucks. Rewriting it, calling somebody in for a second session and starting over.
Completely agree. I think the rule of thumb is really measure twice, cut once for budget reasons. But I do think the moment where you see the voice actors giving life to your script, it is so magical. It is because you've been working on that project for months, maybe for years, and then you get to the point where you really see it take on this literal voice, and I think it is so powerful. But of course, again, everything about the voice director, the voice acting director, I think that is so important because you do not want to bog down the session, the voice acting session, with so many interjections, right? I do think one case in particular that stands out, it wasn't in the video I showed, but I worked on the 2 recent Cobra Kai games based on the Netflix show. And for that case, we had a lot of the cast of the Netflix show come to voice the characters in the game. And it was an amazing experience. Although you could tell, which was very interesting, in many cases, a difference between a screen actor and a voice actor. You could tell people who had worked with either animation and video games as well, and you would see their fluency in terms of understanding what the script meant. An interesting comparison as well is, depending on the type of game and genre you're working with, you're going to have lots of lines that are, let's say, lines that are part of the story, as in like part of a dialogue. It's one character talking to the other. And then, of course, you're going to get lots of barks, right? You're going to get lots of just lines that are delivered because the character, the player, is doing something that leads to repetition. And you have to find 4 to 5 ways of saying this door is locked. And when you present that, again, you need to be open, as mentioned. You need to be open to this creativity and this uniqueness that the voice actors can offer, because you're really going to get that in their voice. And I think one case in particular that stood out to me when we were this week, actually, the second Cobra Kai game is going to come out, and what we did was a story that involved the character of Chosen. For those who are familiar with the Karate Kid saga and the Netflix show, this is a Japanese character that returns in the show to aid the Miyagi-Do dojo. And because this is a Japanese character, we didn't want to interfere even culturally. We wanted to write what the character had to say, but then we wanted the actor, who is American Japanese, to really bring their perspective of how am I going to pronounce these words? How am I going to read this? Does this make sense culturally? Is this a Japanese proverb that I would be comfortable saying? And I think that that's also so relevant because you also get to understand, even before releasing the game, that you're not just making a game for yourself, right? You're making it for an audience. And when you're in the booth, when you're in these sessions with the voice actors, you also get to see how different people will react to your script. So I think it's just a very interesting combination of seeing the script becoming alive. And of course, from a technical perspective, from a production perspective, our rule was, we're not going to get in the actors for Johnny Lawrence and Daniel and John Kreese and all of these people twice. So we have to come in extremely prepared for this session. If we have content here, all of the content and that goes all the way to, you're right at the end of the session, you remember something that you might as in, perhaps it's not going to make it to the game, but now's the time to record. So record that line, record whatever you think can make it. Could be for a trailer, it could be the title of the game. If it makes sense to record it, use that opportunity because you might not get it again. And once you've recorded, you have those sound files that you're going to use them in your game and to go back, not just to the voice acting session, but to rearrange the structure of your game is something quite tricky. So if you can commit to it and commit it in a very positive, open way, I think that's the best way to go about it.
Great, thank you. How do you approach providing narrative choices to players? Has this process taken you to new narratives you would not have previously considered?
Yeah. I think that, there's a discussion to be had about like narrative choices, and then I think there's also value in taking a step back and just like looking at interaction as a whole. Like we've talked about how interaction is this really valuable source of a lot of the magic in games, the promise of being able to interact in the story, the promise of being able to shape things, the promise of being able to succeed. These are like things that draw us to games and keep us going. And I'm not saying like knock all of those pillars down, but I think there is a lot of value and use, and I certainly got a lot of value and use in my own career. And being selective about when you really lean into interactivity, and also being willing to like lean far away from it. One thing that we kind of discovered in Glitch Hikers is that, similar, I think, to what Matthew was saying about kind of you have to go through the motions in Eliza. You have to be through a therapy session. And, you have these affordances in visual novels of like lots of text. Maybe you've gone through it before, like skip. But you can't really skip through a therapy session. I mean, that would be a really terrible therapist. Though I'm sure a very tired therapist has at least once wanted to.
We've all been there. Yeah.
We've all been there. But like similarly with Glitch Hikers, like, you have this space. It's this weird, surreal, kind of magical experience where things that are impossible are happening. You're meeting these strange characters. The questions that they're asking are open-ended. The answers that you're allowed to give are also kind of open-ended and like broad enough that you could mean multiple things, and also most of the answers are right. And so there isn't this kind of right, wrong, or like make the character happy or get into a fight kind of paradigm that I think people expect. But again, it's just about like being held in that space, being forced to confront questions that you might not have answers to, but that you have thought about, and holding space for the discomfort too. These are things that aren't necessarily like talked about a lot as far as like the value in game narrative, especially. We always focus on the interactivity, but I think creating moments where the player has to sit with the tension of not doing the thing they expect to be able to do is extremely productive in games. And I encourage narrative designers to lean into that occasionally by leaning away from interactivity.
Oh, okay, fine. You can go. I appreciate that, and I do think there's also a difference because we talk about choices a lot in games, and I think there's a difference between choice and acknowledgement, because not necessarily everything has to be about a choice that you're making. I mean, of course, interactivity is the unique aspect of the video game medium, but as Clarice mentioned, you can have this this silent moment, you can have this moment of contemplation, and the absence of interaction, of a specific interaction in that moment, can be just as powerful. And sometimes as well, depending on your budget and your project, choices can be very expensive. Sometimes you're putting together, we love to say that the possibilities are infinite, but they're not. We need code to back that up. We have a production schedule. We have so many factors that come into play. And at the end of the day, we're crafting and hopefully very engaging and immersive illusions. But they are illusions in the sense that we have the structure for players to engage in, but there's always sort of that like invisible wall. And hopefully, depending on how well the illusion is crafted, they're never going to even get to touch that invisible wall, realize it's there, or even think about it. They're going to be completely focused on the experience that we're providing. But I do think that depending on your budget and depending on the circumstances of your project, one thing is providing different branching possibilities, which again implies in different versions of content, right? Either different dialogue lines or sometimes different scenarios, different animations, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. It can turn into a snowball effect. And another thing is, well, this is a case that happened to us in Sword Legacy, which was we didn't have the budget or the timeline to provide lots of different decisions. We have one pivotal decision that makes a difference in terms of different dialogues that you're going to see throughout the game. A cutscene changes, different characters react to you in a specific way, but the ending of the story is going to be the same. Spoiler alert. But on the other hand, this is a game where you can choose what characters are going to go with you in different missions. And because you choose them, they're going to have different lines depending on who's with them in the mission. So we wanted to use that as a way of we know the story isn't branching in a wild way where you can either save the universe or let it crumble. But on the other hand, it's, hey, look at these personal relationships that are taking place. And we acknowledge you, player, that by making these strategic decisions of choosing specific characters, they're also going to have different lines for each other, or they're going to react in a different way to the people who are part of that party. And that was at least an attempt on our behalf to come to this resolution of how can we acknowledge the player's decisions? How can we acknowledge that they're part of this experience, even if we don't have the scope for completely different branching paths via these narrative choices?
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to add maybe some examples to agree with both of you, actually. You do have to be very careful about the kinds of choices that you offer. And I think it is very interesting to think about, do we actually really need a choice here? It's very tempting when you're starting out in this medium to be like, well, everything can be a choice, and I'll just make everything a choice. But there are, like you said, there are different degrees of choice, and there's sometimes just acknowledgement, and sometimes those things can be very meaningful. So when you are thinking about interactive design, right, a very big branch would be like, am I going to go to college, or am I going to join a fishing trawler? And then suddenly that's two hugely different experiences that you have to build out, right? That sounds very like a meaningful choice, right, in someone's life. So maybe it's worth that investment. But I think, like you were saying, there's meaningful acknowledgement too, which which can be just as meaningful, but is also doesn't kind of get away from you in terms of something that you are trying to make. And that is a question like, what is your favorite ice cream flavor? And it's, your choices are like vanilla, strawberry, and chocolate. And then 3 chapters later, or towards the end of the game, someone buys you the flavor of ice cream that you indicated. That doesn't take any budget, but it can be very meaningful, right, in the story. If you can imagine going through an entire story and then that happens at the end, right? So when you think about building choices into your games, I think that like there are times when even just the acknowledgement style of choice can be tremendously meaningful in the context of the story.
Can I just add one thing? Because like I love everything that y'all have said, and I think that this idea of acknowledgement is super important. Like acknowledgement is, I think, a really important way that a game shows care to its player. It shows that it's paying attention. It shows that their choices matter to some extent. So obviously, as we said, like that's to a lesser or greater extent. I think there's also different ways of showing acknowledgement. There's the, hi, I'm listening. I acknowledge the choice that you just made, and there has been a change in the dialogue, or hi, there's a callback to a choice you made. There's also the acknowledgement. I've been trying to think of one that is not FromSoft, but I can't. So sorry, we're going to get another FromSoft example, and that is the acknowledgement that your gender choice has no impact on your stats or gameplay. That is the game just telling you, hey, by the way, this is the choice that you make, but it only affects these things. And then finally, the kind of acknowledgement in the moment of, hey, you're on this mission to, heist this thing, and you're in the room defusing the bomb, and you're not going to defuse this bomb. This bomb is going to go off, and this is where you and your friends die. And you realize that kind of right in the moment when it happens, and you're like, oh shit, this is a video game. That's not supposed to happen. I'm supposed to have control. That's like the harshest one, and in those moments can be super productive. But again, it's like, that is a huge amount of choice and scope and effort on the design side, even though you're taking that choice away from the player.
Just a tiny addition to that, because I think this is so interesting. I remember immediately when I started playing Kentucky Route Zero, and the game offered me the option of choosing the name of my dog. And it was just so simple. No impact as in like, oh, if you choose this name, your dog's going to be even of a different breed or type or whatever. No, it's like same dog, same model, same animations. The dialogues are going to be the same. But hey, you can call your dog Blue or some other options. And it's not even the options where you type in. It's just like you select, I think, one of 3 options. But again, just the fact that you pick that name and you're like, nice, so now Blue's with me, and I think that's so powerful. It goes also to the idea that when we're developing games, because, we all like to play them, and it's super important to play them to have that sense of like, as a participant of that experience, but when we're also developing them, we're at an age where pretty much everything the player does can be accounted for in some type of metric. So it's super interesting during play testing for you to be aware of what your player is doing. Sometimes we overestimate specific decisions, right? We think, oh yeah, this is going to make a huge difference for the game. And then people talk about choosing the name of your dog at the very beginning as the most memorable moment. So I just think it's so interesting. It's pay attention. Making games are an iterative process, right? So we always go through these cycles. And again, just by paying more attention to what players are doing and perhaps what they want, we're going to also get more bang for the buck. You're going to, well, maybe I didn't have to put all of that budget in that specific area. Let's invest more into options for, I don't know, names for characters. And by the way, the ice cream flavor, that's like amazing. And I isn't it, I think it's Chicory. Chicory does a lot of that as a very interesting artistic game that is just about like painting your way through the world, and at the same time it's just asking you things that are not going to have a gameplay impact, but because they are personal things like what's your favorite food, you're like, oh nice, it remembers that it's pizza. So again, I just wanted to resonate with that.
Great, thank you. And I think this question really loops in nicely. What is the best way to incorporate narrative for a game that doesn't design for the narrative in the game loop?
That's a perennial question in the game industry, I'll say, particularly in AAA, but in many types of games aren't necessarily built to be narrative focused, right? Many games, such as first-person shooters, where that are designed to be played indefinitely. Puzzle games that are just a sequence of puzzles, and so on. So I think the best way to integrate a narrative into those types of games is, first of all, for the team to care about narrative. If the team doesn't care, there's not really a lot that you can do, unfortunately. But if the team does care, then I think the most important thing to do is to just be there from the very beginning, and be in the conversations that are happening kind of at a fundamental level. I'll give an example of this game called Opus Magnum. You can look it up. It's for PC. It's a puzzle game. It's a sequence of puzzles, basically. But it's a game that I worked on with Zachtronics, and Zach, the main person behind that studio, and I worked together on what the sequence of puzzles would be, and from there we created this sequence of puzzles that kind of tie in with what the story is. So Zach had these puzzle mechanics that he was working with, and then I, as the kind of the narrative person, was like, well, what if they needed to, build something like a gold jewelry or something at this moment because of the story? And then Zach would come back and say, well, I think that's what the puzzle that ends in that would be this. And so his puzzle design actually kind of responded in part to some of the narrative things that we were doing at the same time. So it was a back and forth process. It wasn't just like, hey, I have 20 puzzles, write some kind of story that goes on top of them, right? You can tell when a game does that. And you can also tell when the puzzles actually seem to tie in with what the story actually is. And that's, I think, really a matter of just thinking about that kind of stuff from the very beginning.
Yeah, I think what happens a lot is, especially when you're working with narrative design consultancy, it's typically mentioned that they bring in a narrative paramedic, right? So you have this game that's been developed for quite a while. It didn't account for the narrative. And I like to think that ideally when you're putting together a narrative experience, you're putting together a constellation, right? You have your North Stars, more than one, and you're seeing how they connect with one another and how that's going to put together your amazing experience. But when you're brought on as a narrative consultant or a paramedic, you're pretty much like stitching, doing patchwork, So you're trying to find, oh, we've got this level. Oh, we've got these mechanics. How can we make them work cohesively? And sometimes you're able to pull off, near miracles where you're like super proud of how you were able to connect these things. But it's always going to be challenging if that's not a core value that's being taken into account since the early stage of the project. And we know, of course, that players value a lot story in games. And when we say story in games, of course, we're not saying that all games need to be necessarily RPGs or that they need to be heavy on dialogue, that sort of thing. I think it's more about what is, again, the journey that you're providing to your player. And I mean, even in that regard, Journey, the game, is actually a very good example of that because it doesn't even have dialogue. So you're looking at different types of experiences that just really, they want to share a story. And you always have to think, what is the how? How is this experience enabling that story to be told? If that's not clear when you were brought on to a game that doesn't have a narrative structure, it's going to be super challenging. As Matthew mentioned, you're going to have a lot of filler moments, right? Oh, these are the puzzles that matter to the story. Oh, but then there's this level where you're just doing the same repetitive action, and it's not really adding a lot. It might be fun, don't get me wrong. It might be great as like a playground, as maybe a endless mode, or, like when you're playing a first-person shooter, and then you have the campaign with the story. But hey, if you just want to mess around and play with other people, go to the multiplayer. It has no impact on what's happening. Ideally, from my perspective, it should all be part of the same setting, the lore building. So even when you have games that tell one specific story with the single-player campaign, but then you play the multiplayer, and the multiplayer is actually a prequel to what happened in the single-player, or there's some sort of connection. One of the AAA experience, but that was very memorable to me and a lot of fun. I remember playing Splinter Cell Conviction with a friend, and I played the co-op mode. And for me, that co-op mode, which was a separate story to the one in the single player, but they were tied together, it just felt like super exciting. But again, it's the sort of thing that if you don't plan ahead for that, it's going to be really, really, really challenging. So you just really have to come into that process with the goal of what is the damage control I can do. And hopefully you're going to work more on the acknowledging side of things than proposing drastic branching decisions.
Yeah, for sure. Like, big agreement to everything that's been said thus far. It's like, one thing is definitely approach it from a narrative design perspective instead of from the like writer or just storytelling perspective. You are like thinking about the interactions, you're thinking about the verbs, you're thinking about what people are doing, how they're enacting the story, what are the themes, what is the art telling you, etc. Also, from that standpoint, you both in terms of just what is most common and also what is the ideal situation, like starting early, and most common, the writer will fix it, being brought in at the end. Like these are your two tent poles, and to some extent, like this, you're either going to be brought in early or early-ish, and you're like, great, cool. You can make some changes, and you can also tap them on the shoulder and be like, hey, so I know you said your themes are, peace, love, togetherness, but, do we need all these chainsaw fatalities? You can't even pet the dog, but you can do the chainsaw fatality on the dog. What are you making? Is like being able to raise these alarms early is useful, because you raise those alarms late, nobody's going to be able to pivot because you're too deep in and you're just stitching things together. So there are some projects that are just doomed. They don't know it, because like their themes are really mismatched, and there's not a lot to do except take some more time and rework some things. However, oftentimes it's not that bad when you're being brought in at the end, and it is like, hey, we have these issues. And oftentimes, like the best examples of being brought in at the last minute with the writer will fix it. And sometimes it's like a week to get a contract signed, to play the game, to beat the game, to understand the game, to change the script, to add new content, to get it approved, to get those revisions in, and then get it all to Loc like by Friday. Even those kinds of situations can actually be really pleasant, partly because the team actually cares about the story and they will listen to you when you say, there's a problem. But in those situations where I've been brought in and, oh, hey, our playtesters said that, this character was really off-putting, or we've had more complaints about this particular part of the story than anything else, we're not really sure what's going on, or like, is this character like, racist or sexist or something? Kind of these like big pain points that they want to solve at the last minute. And you come in and you're like, look, the truth is that actually there's just not much substance to this character, or this particular scene is really going against the grain of your other story. And oftentimes in those moments, it's actually, you can do these kind of elegant, stitch it together, work with what is possible to bring it together. But again, if your team cares about the story and you say, so if the writer can fix it and I can just explain it in a paragraph or two of text, but it would be great if we could have one more scene here after the boss battle where like the wise old man comes back and reminds you of the caution, or ties this particular boss that you've beaten into your character's journey. They're like, yeah, okay, we could do that. It's going to be a stretch, but we can make that work. Those kinds of moments, even if it's just a little bit of extra room, can make all the difference.
Totally agree. And I just wanted to point out that I really like the distinction that you made between the writing and the narrative design. Because, again, I think that as a writer, there's only so much you can do. I mean, of course, you can adapt dialogues. You can propose maybe story arc changes and pivots. But, again, if you're not finding good ways to connect the writing with the interactions, with the actual mechanics, that's when you can really create just a jarring experience in the sense that the pieces are not matching. So I think that's super. Of course, when we're talking about mechanics, there's a big scope concern, right? Because that can actually impact the project. It's going to cost very likely more than altering a few lines of dialogue. But then again, you don't want to have the lines of dialogue disconnected from the mechanics. So that's super important because, yeah, we just have to take into account the interactions before just thinking that it's like, I'm going to bring in someone to change some lines of dialogue, and that's not, in many cases, going to fix it, right?
Thank you. You mentioned mechanics as metaphors. Can you give an example of this and maybe speak to the relationship between the two a little bit more?
Yeah, I can start with that because I did mention it regarding to Sword Legacy. So the case of obsession as what is represented by the character, and obsession as in what is represented by the player. If you're obsessed with winning that battle and you are not paying attention to your resources, if you're not being a proper tactician, as for example the tactician that the protagonist is meant to be, right? So there's this equivalency of the protagonist follows a linear storyline, and even if they are doomed, hey player, it doesn't mean you need to doom yourself as well. And I think that's where we have this interesting metaphor. But at the end of the day, I think it's also about emotions, right? We talk about like how do we embed when we're talking about game design, for example. I like to say that the narrative designer is not the one necessarily from a systems perspective thinking, oh, that sword that you get, it's going to be a sword +2 because it's going to deal this amount of damage over what typically is happening. The narrative designer will be aware of that, but typically the narrative designer is thinking that sword is one that's meant to be picked up in a moment where you're supposed to feel really powerful. And that's going to be one of the peaks of the experience, and you're going to remember that moment as when you were facing lots of struggles and challenges, but because you got that item, that represented the moment where you were able to overcome them, you know? So I think it's the verbs, as mentioned before, right? We need not just the verbs, but also I think the emotions. Mainly, for me, it's just really important to have this concept of what is the takeaway of the experience. You know, it's after the game's over, it's fine if people don't. I mean, statistically, there are lots of people who replay games, but the amount of people who start a game, just look at game achievements on Steam, the amount of people who start a game and the amount of people who finish a game and the amount of people who replay a game, like you just start getting lesser and lesser and lesser numbers. So at the end of the day, if your player does get to the end of your experience and finishes your game, which is already amazing, then what is that long-lasting emotion that's going to stick with them, and how do we use the interactions to reinforce that? For me, that's where it comes in as a metaphor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, like creating opportunities to, like, first of all, clarify your takeaway and then hit that repeatedly to kind of create, I think, a word that my business partner, Lucas, and I use a lot in kind of our narrative design consulting that I think Matthew mentioned earlier is resonance, like cultivating resonance in your story to intensify that takeaway through, you know, mechanical metaphors like the +2 sword, or how your game interacts, what kind of content you have, to go back to the, you know, chainsaw fatality on the dog instead of being able to pet it. To use an example from Glitch Hikers, like, you know, the takeaway of that game is like, it's good to sit with your thoughts. You know, if you're having a hard time and you're only running from yourself or the things that are making you feel bad, you're going to have a perpetually bad time. It's okay to sit with discomfort. It's okay to sit with the fact that things aren't going well and you don't necessarily know what the solution is. Rejecting the kind of one-size-fits-all solutions in a world fraught and packed to the gills with existential problems and threats. Like, that's kind of the takeaway. But, you know, in a game, especially like Glitch Hikers, where there's not a lot of quote-unquote mechanics, it's not like a beefy game where, you know, you get good, and if you don't have a high enough kind of dexterity and like comfort with the interactions, you're going to fail or get a game over. Like, most of our modes, you know, like some of them you can't even stray from the path. You are just like sitting in the chair. You can look left or right. You can make some dialogue choices. That's it. You can change lanes. You can speed up. You can slow down. Other of our modes, we really wanted to lean into that kind of like flow state you get when you're just like parkouring around a video game. You're not necessarily playing the game as intended. You're just kind of in the flow, bouncing off the walls and leveraging that kind of weird kineticism you get when you slam yourself into a wall in a video game. Because, like, look, we don't slam ourselves into walls to experience architecture usually. I mean, look, I love architecture, but even I don't do that. But in video games, we do, because video games don't push back on us all that much. And oftentimes when they do, they push back by killing you or threatening to kill you. If you don't want that kind of heightened challenge and stress, but you do want to feel the world. I love this world. This world is my happy place. I want to feel it. You kind of want to run around Firelink Shrine and Dark Souls, jumping on things, maybe getting to areas that are hard to get to, maybe doing some moves that are like show your mastery and make you feel that like sense of clarity and purpose. But ultimately, it's a game that you're playing with and for yourself that's just about kind of the feel of the interaction. Like having those kinds of mechanics be what we're focused on, to really be like, look, this is a game that's not going to give you the gameplay to fill that void in your headspace. The thoughts that crop up, the ones that might be scary, that's the point of this space. But in facilitation of that, we also had a bunch of other mechanics, like our content warning system and our kind of content control system. You can go into the menu at any time and kind of turn on or off themed content so that it is more likely to come up if there's a particular kind of hot button issue that you want to kind of contend with, or if you're like, look, I really don't want to be dealing with mortality right now. I'm just, fresh from dealing with my aunt's death, and I'll be there soon, but I want to go into a space that's going to hold space for me and to let me wrestle with some existential problems, but not that one. Content filtering is kind of like a nightmare when it comes to like narrative design. It is so scope intensive, and I'm not talking to you about it to be like, you should do it. It is like, don't. But we were making a game about tailoring the space to your needs, respecting you, asking you what do you need, asking you to think about that. It felt weird to then be like, if you have a bad time, then okay, like tough. It's like, no, you should be able to tailor the experience. But even then that wasn't enough, because, well, what if somebody didn't go to that menu? Or what if somebody didn't really realize until they're in the moment about talking about death that they don't want to talk about this? So we had to build in an ejector seat where you can just gracefully exit a conversation. So a hiker gets in your car, or you meet somebody on a park bench and they start talking about mortality, and you're like, whoa now, no thanks. The hiker's just like, oh yeah, I understand. Thank you so much for drawing clear boundaries. I really appreciate that. I know it's hard, but I'm here to talk when you want to. I'll be around later. That again is like a lot of complicated narrative stuff for ultimately a really small moment, but it's pressing home that key takeaway of like, it's okay to take space and to take it on your terms, to have control over the terms of that space and what you're going to discuss, as opposed to having the ability to vanquish the thing that's going to kill you at the end of the level.
Yeah. I really don't have a ton to add to everything that has been said, but I'll give two brief examples of mechanics as metaphor from Eliza. Eliza is a mechanics low game, a little bit like Glitch Hikers. It's a visual novel. Really, all you do is make dialogue choices and advance the narrative. But there are two examples of mechanics as metaphor. One intentional, one kind of actually maybe a little bit unintentional. The first is that as this AI therapist, you decide to say what the AI tells you to say to a therapy client. And towards the end of the game, you can decide to not say that and say something else. And so it's like being given getting directions from Google Maps and then deciding not to follow it, right? It's like you don't follow what the AI tells you to. And of course that reinforces the entire theme of the game about deciding whether an AI is helpful to you or not. And so it encapsulates where the story is going. And obviously that's something that I planned on to happen in the story from the beginning. And hopefully it's a really cool moment when finally 2/3 of the way through the game, you get this choice of, am I actually going to do what this AI tells me to do or not? I wanted to interrogate those kinds of things where it's like, oh, I need to go here, and that Google just tells me to do this, so I'll just do this. And everyone's kind of like walking around, just like following exactly what their phone tells them to do. And then you can decide to deviate from that. So that's like a very intentional, like, aha, I'm the designer, I made you make this choice, and kind of metaphor, choice is metaphor, mechanic is metaphor. Eliza also has a cell phone, like an in-game cell phone that you can bring up, and you get like emails on it, and you have like little IM conversations with it. And the way the game works is you can kind of bring it up. It's just like an interface, item. You can click on the button and it brings it up. And you can actually kind of just bring this up like during conversations. And so sometimes, the game makes you talk to people who are not great. The game forces you into conversations with people who are, kind of being crappy at you. And more than one person has told me that they just kind of like brought up their cell phone like in the middle of the conversation. Like I'm not even paying attention to you. I'm like literally just looking at my cell phone instead of you. That's not something that I planned on happening in the game. It's something that kind of came out of the very limited mechanics of Eliza allowed this kind of behavior where people were like just kind of like bringing up their phone like to kind of talk back to the game. And I think that is also a mechanic as a metaphor, and something that was not even something that I intended to happen, but was a very funny outcome of interactivity and the space that we work in.
I love that. And just like to pile on just a tiny bit, I think that, acknowledgement is something that we've talked about, and we've also talked about, narrative design and its kind of connection to verbs, identifying the actions that you can take. But I think also, like, thinking about your takeaway, thinking about like what journey and kind of perspective shift you want your audience to have, and then giving them really loaded, clear moments to enact that. Like acknowledgement and an action. This doesn't flow as well, but like giving the player the opportunity to enact something as separate, but kind of really important to being able to just like have your choices acknowledged is something really important.
Yeah, I completely agree. And just the extra examples that came to mind from two separate games, but that for me were especially memorable. One of them being AAA game Deus Ex Human Revolution. I remember where I give a moment. For context, in the game, you have all of these augmentations that you can add onto your body, and then there's a supposed update that you can get for one of your augmentations. And I thought that was a very smart moment, very clever moment in the game, because if you do get that update, later you realize that it was a way of just like injecting a virus into your body, and then you lose access to your augmentations. And I think as a metaphor, that's a very interesting discussion about like, who do you trust? And of course, being this like a sci-fi corporate-ridden world, it's all about like, well, nowadays we're giving our information, and there are so many discussions about privacy and how data is managed, and how easily we give away lots of information, and we just click on yes to all in contracts that we're just casually reading. So I think even in the game, when the game says like, hey, do you want this casual chip here for your upgrade? And you're like, yeah, sure. And then you're like, oh no, now I don't have any of the skills that I had to face a particular boss. So I think that's a very interesting metaphor of this case. And another is, so this is a AAA game, then we have an indie game, which personally I love, which is Papers, Please. And I think Papers, Please does a wonderful job of using the metaphor of just mechanically you're doing fact checking. You're checking documents, you're seeing if expiration dates match whatever permits people bring in to cross a border. But in reality, that's just really a metaphor of bringing more attention to the fact that when we are crossing borders, how much are we putting ourselves into the officer's shoes, into people who are checking our documentation? How tough is this? And then, of course, there's the other discussion, which is in the game, depending on how well you do by checking these documents, you get money which you use to pay for heating, which you use to pay for food, for medicine, for your family, etc. And again, it goes back to the discussion of, in the game, you can choose to let certain people, you can choose to let actually anyone or no one cross the border. That has an impact on your performance, of course. But when you make these decisions, I think it's also the metaphor of like, what am I doing here? Am I sticking to the lawfulness of like following the law by its very letter, by its very, by all of its details? Or do I think that there's room here for a social, a humane discussion that interferes with what the law says? So I think that's also a good example of how this metaphor comes in through the mechanics.
Fantastic. We're getting close to the end of our time, but there's another great question here. How do you navigate through the toxicity from gamers who oppose queering narratives in video games? How can we challenge heteronormative privilege in game space?
Keep being queer, keep making queer shit. find events where you have that sense of like being seen, being accepted. Actually, one that is happening this weekend that I usually go to is Geek Girl Con down in Seattle. It's freaking awesome. I encourage people to go, especially if you want to see like, single dads taking like immaculately cosplayed like children, to like get autographs signed and stuff. It's just like super adorable and super like wholesome. And I go and it just puts me back in touch with what it means to be a fan and what it means to like why I got into this. And that definitely restores. Like, you don't have to subject yourself to just the toxic corners of the industry, even though the industry and to some extent your audience is going to be coming at you. The more visibly queer you are, the more you are trying to also leverage your queerness to shake things up, to make more interesting and varied work. And so I think that, like, to a certain extent, just keep on going, find your people, keep your people close, find other avenues of community, volunteer locally for stuff that's happening that is entirely outside of games. You will meet cool people who will, like, find out about the kinds of games you're making and go, holy shit, I didn't know that games like that existed. Like, you can make community in that way, too. I think all of those are super important.
Yeah, absolutely. Build community. Stay small. There's always a background noise of toxicity in this industry. It's absolutely true, but there are safe spaces, and it's not Twitter. But you need to remove yourself from those places when you can tell that they're not healthy for you. And if you start small and you start local means both in area and also just kind of friend groups online. You can build these spaces that are kind of self-supporting. And I think that's tremendously important. Don't just throw yourself into the deep end of games on the internet, I would say, because that's not productive in the long run. But you will, like Clara said, you will find your people, build it small, build it over time.
Yeah, know that you're not alone, right? Stand by your values. And of course, it's all about building communities. And communities come together because they share values, they share cultures, they resonate with one another, right? So it's all about understanding that there are other people on the same wavelength. And by standing by I think the best example and the best example we can set is building these communities, building the experiences that we're proud of and the ones that we're super confident in, and sharing them, of course, with the world, but understanding that not necessarily you're putting that together to try to convince someone who is on a completely opposite end. You're sharing your perspective, and hopefully that will help sow the seed of reflection, right? Hopefully that will eventually make them open to dialogue. But I think the focus really is more on really the people that are supporting you and the people that share that perspective. Because I think if we look online, it's so common to see, right, these toxic communities where you have someone saying negative things about it without even being like constructive behavior, as in they're providing feedback, but just it's not even constructive. And again, I think it's about finding the people that are on the same team and working with them to make something that sparks interesting discussions, but discussions that are coming from a healthy place.
One last thing else to say is to build off of what Matthew was saying, at the small scale too, at the big scale, leave spaces that aren't serving you. Ask yourself, can you find community smaller, more targeted? But also at the very smallest scale, when you're cultivating relationships with folks, and especially in games and small games, there's this kind of we're all friends here to some extent, and you can be friendly and open and assist folks. But the people who you really resonate with, who really seem to get you, who give you a lot of joy and strength, keep them close, and also trust your gut. If you feel like these relationships aren't serving you, if you're getting this weird vibe, go on, move on, go somewhere else. Don't keep investing in relationships that aren't serving you, whether they're kind of large community or just a single person.
Totally agree.
Yes, absolutely.
Excellent. And we're at time, and I just would like to thank our panelists, Clarice and Matthew and Arthur, for such a wonderful presentations and discussion. Amazing work. So exciting to see where this is going. And I want to thank people in the audience who are coming out this morning. So thank you also for being here. Really lovely to see so many faces here and online also. So thank you so much. I hope the rest of your day is great.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
you get, you should give it a whirl.
All right, let's get started here. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the second keynote of the Games in Action Conference, Game Making Through Indigenous Storytelling. I'm Josh Carrier McKenna, and I'll be your moderator for this session. I'm a Métis student currently attending UBC, and I live on the traditional territory of the Tawasin and Musqueam people. I recently graduated with my bachelor's degree in media studies with a minor in First Nations and Indigenous studies, during which I developed my Métis-focused video game Sage Plains. I'm presently pursuing a master's degree in interdisciplinary studies with a focus on the intersection of Indigenous studies and media. Aside from school, I've been working with a new media production company by the name of Hammer and Tong on a series of upcoming Métis-centric projects. In the past few years, we've seen Indigenous storytelling entering the world of gaming, large in part for the first time. Never Alone has seen mainstream success, while other games, including Hill Agency Purity Decay and Umargani Generation, have also achieved considerable success. This morning, we'll be discussing how Indigenous storytelling has been finding its way into mainstream gaming, what integrating Indigenous storytelling into gaming looks like, and the opportunities and challenges when it comes to working in the gaming industry and publishing games. Let me introduce our speakers for today's panel, Maze Longboat and Josh Nilsson. Maze Longboat is Ganyangahaga with family at Six Nations of the Grand River and was raised on the unceded territory of the Squamish Nation near Vancouver, BC. He's a senior partner relations manager with Unity Technologies and served as Skins Workshops Associate Director with Aboriginal Territories in Cyberspace and the Initiative for Indigenous Futures from 2019 to 2021. He holds an MA in Media Studies from Concordia University. His master's research examined Indigenous video game development through the production of his own video game, Terra Nova, an award-winning cooperative platformer with an interactive narrative. And Josh Nilsson is the co-founder and GM of Eastside Games. With more than 20 years in games and tech, Josh continues to drive the company's business and culture while championing the industry as one for the masses. In 2022, Josh won Person of the Year as part of BC Tech's Technology Impact Awards and was included in the BC 500 list of influential business leaders in British Columbia. The studio was also named one of Canada's top growing companies of 2022. Under Josh's leadership, ESG was named one of Pocket Gamer's top 50 mobile game makers. Furthermore, in 2021, the company was recognized as one of Canada's most admired corporate cultures and a finalist for Best Mobile Game Developer, Game Changer, Diversity and Inclusion, as well as Company of the Year, Scale, Technology, Impact. ESG was also the winner in the first ever BC Business of Good Awards in the Indigenous Prosperity category. ESG has launched several world-class games, including Trailer Park Boys Greasy Money, which is celebrating its 5th anniversary, RuPaul's Drag Race Superstar, The Office, Somehow We Manage, and most recently, Star Trek, Lower Decks, The Badgie Directive. Keep your eyes and ears out for the TARDIS in our next game, or in Josh's next game, Doctor Who, Lost in Time, launching in the coming months. So today's panel will be an interactive one. Whether you're attending in person or virtually, you can submit questions through Slido by scanning the unique QR code for this panel. For virtual attendance, I believe that should be on your screen now. For everyone here in person, it should just be on the projector up here. You can just submit a question by using our unique hashtag for this panel, which is hashtag Keynote2, also on the screen. Throughout the panel, questions will be sent to me on this iPad, and I will pose them to our speakers throughout the panel's duration. So let's hop into things. I think we'll start off with a broader question. So Indigenous storytelling is not always something that's well received in corporate environments. Maze and Josh, could either of you speak to the challenges Indigenous creators face in the world of game development?
Me? After you. All right. I feel like I should be on point after that very well-written introduction, which, if you've met me, you know I did not write that introduction. Yeah, I think it's at the corporate side of things, and I've been in games for, 14, 15 years, including a publisher now that we are. It's, I think the biggest challenge is just getting these stories in front of mainstream. I think at the grassroots level, we've seen some amazing games at the Imaginative in digital space, Land Jam. Maze's games were in Land Jam, and there's lots of people that are mentoring at that level. But just to be able to get them in front of people on dashboards of Xbox or PlayStation or featured on Steam, you don't really see that too much. And I think that's why when we talk about, success in air quotes, because a game isn't just successful if it's popular, but people to play games en masse like Never Alone was great, because all of a sudden one day it's not only on your Xbox console, but it's featured, and a great game to do that. So I think we need to figure out how to get more of these games in front of an audience. I think that's just step one, because when people do explore those worlds, it's something different that they've never seen. I probably ripped this off from somebody, but it's like, it's familiar to everyone because it's always been here, but this is the first time you're noticing it. So even in some of those patterns on Never Alone, it was amazing because it's familiar to me and familiar to other people, but to other people it's a brand new experience. But it's based on kind of where we live, so it's kind of all around us. So I think it's also hard right now, but it's an amazing opportunity if some platforms and some people that have places that showcase games can provide that new vertical for people to explore and play these new worlds.
Yeah, that definitely resonates with me. And as someone who is in the games and tech industry, but not working directly as like a developer in a studio, I definitely see it kind of like from like an internal outside perspective. But bringing up Never Alone definitely is a big one for me and the industry too, because that was the first time I saw a game that was kind of marketed as an Indigenous developed game and so widely praised and accessible, I guess, from in terms of like a platform perspective. Because if you Google Never Alone now, you can get it on anything. You can get it on PC, mobile, console. It's really one of those really big success stories where the distribution and the publishing strategy for that has been has made it just as successful as the actual narrative substance and design of the game itself. That being said, it's one of those nuanced projects as well, because while it was created in consultation with an Indigenous community, the Inupiaq community of Cook Inlet Tribal Council in Alaska, from what I understand, the development studios, Eline Media, and I forget the other one's name off the top of my head, but those are not Indigenous companies. Those are companies that are, developing and publishing games, from the traditional indie perspective, So it's one of those cases where it means a lot for Indigenous games, and it means a lot for Indigenous storytelling in games. But as you also alluded to, Josh, and that there's so much happening on the grassroots level that there's still a really big divide between zero budget or very, very low budget Indigenous developed indie games and even an indie game like Never Alone that has had a lot of commercial success as well. Mm-hmm. And I think that too also plays into like this commercial success of Never Alone is also due to the fact that it's like the narrative itself is quite digestible to a larger global audience, that, it's about this young girl and she's trying to save her community and she teams up with this fox character, and it's all very cute, and the art is fantastic, and it's all in the Inupiaq language, so you really get that deep dive like cultural experience. But again, it's very nuanced, I would say too.
Totally, thanks. So yeah, I think Josh, you mentioned Land Jam. So can I ask, for a lot of independent games that are made through Land Jam and then showcased at Imaginative, what do next steps look like for these developers, and what can developers expect in terms of time and effort?
Yeah, we could probably just have a whole conference talking about that. And I think that's not unique that's just indie games in general, but it goes back to, I think a lot of people start at game jams. Land Jam is a game jam that Eastside Games is one of the sponsors for that we put together and jam over, is it the weekend, 3 days? Yeah, I just always show up on Sunday, play the games, and check in on everyone. So I just have to do it one day, and then there's a Toronto theater that the Bell Lightbox Theater that Imaginative's at every year, and they have a space where people can go sit and you can view all the games or you can play the experiences. Sometimes developers are there, sometimes they're not, and it's another place that they can showcase. The challenge is, where do you go after that? You make your game, and then you could try to put that onto independent platforms, but trying to find a publisher and get to the next step, I think that's where we're getting back to that, even though there's some beautiful games. The game that won at the Land Jam that we just had was interactive, beautiful game called Equator People, and it was an absolutely amazing experience and a good first step to build onto that to the next game. And going back to what you said, I think it's interesting because if you look at the entire tech ecosystem versus just games, we're seeing Indigenous entrepreneurs getting funded at a rate that you've never seen before. I think it's Raven Capital that just has like a new $75 million fund. And so there's lots of people that are successful in the space and doing that. We just haven't figured out a way how to connect that with games. We're even seeing that a little bit in TV with series being picked up and Indigenous series being made, but for years not being made with heads or showrunners, and now we're actually seeing that. But I think that's the biggest barrier. The biggest barrier between what people think the public want to see that are holding that financing to that. But there's other financing. Maze would be more of an expert on that, but I'm not sure how even like things like CMF have really adapted, but I have hope that they will, and we'll see more of these in the market.
Go ahead, Mace.
I was just going to say, yeah, absolutely. The biggest entity right now, I would say, for getting first-time developers getting their feet wet and supporting their journey, I would say, is Imaginative right now. It's a film and media arts festival that happens every year. And particularly like their Land Jam initiatives, which is, the Indigenous Game Jam that they run now. They just had their second year this year. And then also the annual Indigital Space that Megan actually helped start a few years back. Megan was one of the panelists yesterday. And then, on the funding question, because funding is probably, in my opinion, the biggest barrier to making that leap from, learning how to make your first game to actually publishing a game and distributing it. You need money to build the team. You need money to polish a game, to make that vertical slice that you can go and take to, the larger studios with the money who will then fund the rest of the project. I think that's kind of the most classic model, right? Is, you deliver a proof of concept and then, you earn the trust of these multi-million, billion-dollar corporations, and they get you the resources you need to get it over the line. But that just really is not happening in a lot of cultural game spaces, Indigenous games notwithstanding. It's happening with Black creators, Arab creators, LGBTQ creators. There just isn't yet a lot. I mean, it is happening that publishers are funding these types of projects. I know for one studio, Co-op in Montreal, they're making a very inclusive visual novel type rhythm game that heavily features heavily, LGBTQ stories and narratives at the center of the story. But and that project's funded by Sony. But I still see kind of publishers being hesitant to take that step and really wholly fund these diverse projects, indigenous projects, on the same level as some of the other indie things. Because these companies are concerned about profits first and foremost, and if something's a little bit too much of a risk, they're not going to take it. So advocacy is like super, super important in these spaces because we still have a lot of work to do there. Yeah,
and work too. Like, it's a lot of work, and if you don't work in a game studio, publisher, or company that's publishing games, and you don't have the diversity, you don't have people on your management team that are Indigenous, there's a hesitancy to do that work to figure it out. Because the other thing that's not great is when people are doing this just to check a box, or they're seeing one consultant and saying, well, we saw one consultant, we're signing off on it, it's all good. Because I think there's an ongoing it's not work, it's work, it's learning. There's an ongoing learning that has to happen in order to build the game, maintain the game, explore these worlds, and tell authentic stories. And I think you can only do that if you have people with diverse backgrounds that are from the stories that you're telling. You can't just throw a character in and be like, there you go, we're good.
Yeah, we're definitely past the moment of just having that tiny bit of representation that we need. Like I talk about it a lot in other when I talk about my journey through like game development and stuff, that when the first time that I remember seeing a native character in a game was in World of Warcraft, and they were Tauren, and they were not even human. They didn't even look like me, but they had this like really pan indigenous quote unquote Native American aesthetic. And that was the moment when I logged onto WoW that first time and made my Tauren character that I really felt like myself and my indigenous identity was kind of like recognized. But then, we look at it now, 10, 15, 20 years later, and we see how problematic that when you have non-indigenous people creating these indigenous characters and representations, it gets problematic like immediately. Consultation, I would say it needs to go past consultation at this point. It needs to be active collaboration, and building out those teams that have actual decision-making, like power and authority over the creative, direction of a game when you're dealing with indigenous and other diverse representations, right? That's how games and other forms of media become not just games and media, but like indigenous or diverse pieces of games, right?
Yeah, it has to go beyond, like, I talk about this example a lot. We talked about this in the pre-talk. It has to go beyond like one period. It's like there's more than just like the one period in games that's done over and over is like Wild West, right? Like, there's more than just one period, and it can't always just be the one-dimensional character all the time, the same character all the time.
Totally. Yeah, I think we've all had similar experiences to your World of Warcraft experience, Josh. I mean, or Mace. I can think of being like a preteen and shopping in a store and finding some shirt that has a picture of a guy in a headdress on there, and it's like, that's me, I think. But I think that kind of plays into sort of the capitalization of indigeneity, and I think that works its way into some of our audience questions that we've had come up here. So one person asks, how can you balance the need for capitalist success with the desire to tell stories that may not be suited for a mainstream or white gamer audience?
Give Native people the money and let them decide, almost. Yeah. Or start giving them resources, not just money, but mentorship and coaching. And I mean, these thoughts are swimming around in my brain. Like, it's not just indigenous communities. It's like really all diverse communities that are kind of undergoing this, where, they're kind of being blocked they have these ideas, but they're being blocked even to try and explore what that idea would actually look like if it was fully fleshed out, and you had people who were veterans of the industry and they'd been there before and they know what makes games commercially successful. How do you turn that into a collaboration that still lends again decision-making authority over creative direction to the people who actually have those lived experiences? I think that's really the key there, is like capacity building and advocacy is what's missing and what needs to happen more, especially with the companies that currently right now hold the wealth within the industry, right? It's not just players making the decisions, it's publishers, right? And I think Josh, Nilsson, you can speak a little bit more to that too. From the publisher perspective, like where do you see good things happening is kind of what I'm left with as a question.
I mean, we see it in other industries, right? I mean, the hockey team of Vancouver, the logo is inspired by and created in collaboration with all the things they do, created in collaboration with Indigenous people. It doesn't hurt your brand. There's a right way to do it, and it takes time, and we see it in fashion. I mean, I see lots of people that aren't Indigenous wearing Section 35 stuff, which is an amazing, Indigenous streetwear designer. And it's just like, it can be done the right way. You just have to, I think it's going to come soon. And I think it's going to open I think a lot of people want a place that they can explore a world and be able to ask questions and be able to learn, but you have to have that learning that goes along with it. I think the first part that's going to come in is going to be through media and through some shows that are getting popular and be able to expand those worlds as well. So just watched the season ending last night of Reservation Dogs, amazing show. That was great. We saw in the summer one of the biggest shows that came out was Prey. It's pretty cool that we're starting to see movies make money and be profitable. They're not going to renew another season of a show unless it's profitable. It's just not going to happen. And so we need to see some of that more diversity in games. With games, I think it kind of always goes to PC, console, games first, and then I think it's going to come down to mobile, but more on the IP of those games. I think you see lots of stuff in educational and learning space, some big apps that are really working in mobile. But to figure out how to get it down into what we do for mobile games, I think it's going to be more IP driven, and it's coming.
So we've got another question here that I feel like plays off what you have both been talking about. But so I guess this is the opposite side of the same coin, but how do you manage the emotional fatigue that comes with constantly advocating for the value of Indigenous narratives and games?
I guess I'll start on that one, and speak a little bit more about my experience, because I can't say that I have, as a developer, my limited time as a developer, experienced all that much emotional fatigue, because the project that I created wasn't really caught up in that commercialized way to make a game or a purpose for making a game. I did my master's at Concordia University in media studies, and in that program you can do a research creation class, and that's why I chose that program, or research creation thesis, and that's why I chose that program, because they had a lot of resources and support for not only writing an academic thesis, but also building practice-based work into your research. And so I built a project around creating a video game that turned out to be Terra Nova. But yeah, I still refer to it as a student game, because I was very much a student at the time, and it was my first game, and I was super lucky to be able to apply for some research grants and get some university-based research funding to create a very limited scope game, and build out a team that would actually, technically speaking, allow me to do it, because as someone who didn't have a coding background but maybe could put together a little bit of narrative direction and a little bit of like production skills, and kind of like execute and tell people, work with people to collaborate on what would look good and play good. It really wasn't. It was emotional in the sense that it was something I was doing for the first time. And I don't know if that really necessarily answers the question, because we're kind of thinking about, doing that self-advocacy work to people who have the money to fund these projects. But in my experience, I think I kind of scraped by really lucky and was able to take I was able to be in a position of decision-making power from the beginning, because it was a project that I built out, all on my own. It wasn't a project I did all on my own, but it was something that was my vision, and I was able to execute it with the proper funding and resources to do so.
Yeah, you remember? Were you at the LAN Jam, the one before this one?
I think we were on the same jury.
Oh yeah, that's right.
I was assessing, and then I participated as a LAN jammer this last summer. Yeah.
Nice. So I'm not a designer. I'm more of, I guess I'm a professional jury person. I'm looking at all the things, but in the middle of the pandemic, everyone working from home, and just when the news broke about, Masquerade's residential school in Kamloops and the LAN Jam, people were using that as a subject and looking at that. And the authentic storytelling and the depth of all the different games, the quality of the games in three days were just amazing. And as a judge, just looking through them, how emotional it was, but how authentic and real and effortlessly it was to tell those stories, and to just have an interactive experience to get deeper in those stories, to a deeper understanding, deeper than the sort of colonial headlines that were filled on a daily basis on what happened, or what we should feel about this, or what some media corporation is telling us we should feel, but an authentic experience from people that are affected by it, and that it's special to them. So I don't know the answer to that, but I know everyone should try to hit up the digital space, hit up these jams when they happen, or when you could see, get involved, because that opened my eyes even more on how much authentic stories come so quickly, because they're what people live. It's just the world. It's just, you literally get to see world through another lens, which I think is what games can do. They can let you explore a bit more versus just a novel or a movie, and you can have a little bit different experience with each time that you interact with this game, piece of art, whatever you want to call it.
I just wanted to say, I kind of wish Megan Byrne was here to talk to this question, because she runs her own Indigenous video game independent game studio, and she's, I know, been going through a lot of struggles just in terms of raising money. She had a Kickstarter for Hill Agency. I think she's also gotten money from Canadian Media Fund, and then her company also won recently a Ubisoft prize too as well. So it's not like these projects that are designed to be commercially successful, are not kind of generating discussions and successes in their own right, but the scale is just still, very, very small. And that can be hard, when you see other more traditionally profitable projects, garner that support really quickly, versus kind of the struggle of wanting to do it in a certain way and it's still not being fully 100%, the norm in the industry. I think more publishers are going to need to take that plunge and really, be the ones to step up and look to say, we have the resources, we need to distribute them a little bit more equitably.
So you were sort of just touching on this, Maze, but we'll hit one more audience question and then we'll circle back to them later. But in your experiences, how is Indigenous sovereignty defined in video games? How can studios support the development of sovereign games? And specifically, what can non-Indigenous developers do to support Indigenous development?
Hire us. It's like really simple, but this is one of the things I wanted to say about, you know, the folks that are in the industry, in the audience, you know, here and online is there are some really brilliant people that are out there, you know, looking to break into the industry, who maybe just don't have the mentorship yet to, you know, put together the most polished portfolio or make the nicest resume, but their ideas and the thing and the work ethic and the things that they can bring. You know, not only Indigenous, you know, developers, but also, you know, other diverse developers as well. So really think long and hard when you're putting in when you're structuring your head count. Like, how are you accounting for not only, you know, more senior people who are seasoned veterans, but also the next up and coming developers too? Because, you know, we were all there at one point. It was really hard to just land that first gig, because once you land that first gig, it can kind of snowball and get easier and easier afterward. So, you know, think about the ways, again, that not only like big publishers can be equitable, but you as maybe like independent, smaller studios can be more equitable as well. And that's just the reality of it. It's hard. It's hard out there in the industry, just especially when you're trying to break in. So yeah, anything you can provide, whether that's feedback or, you know, an extra interview or even just like, yeah, doing like portfolio and recommend and application reviews before they go out to the people who are just trying to break in, I think is super important. Yeah,
It's that's like a huge question. That could probably just be the whole panel, and I'm not touching most of the stuff in that question because I'll go on my rant, and nobody wants to hear a rant this early in the morning. Instead, what I'll say is there's so many ways that you can do a first step, and companies just aren't doing that. So if you have a company or you're working for a place, you should tell them they should be sponsoring these events, these game jams. You got to show up. You got to mentor. You got to learn. There's no one-stop shop. There's no send me an email after this and I'll give you a checklist you can do and now you're good to go, bud. Like, you're going to have to put in the work. You should be sponsoring Imaginative and the Land Jam, and you should be supporting and boosting people that are making games and telling these stories, and you should be, like May said, hiring and making sure you're looking at, you know, job postings you're putting out you're not excluding people through your I heard this great quote last week that's called, no matter who you are, you have a privilege, and it's your privilege lens that you're looking through it, that you're working in a company for a long time, you're putting out job postings, so you're putting on a certain way, and just the language that you're using just isn't making it exclusive. And lastly, we need to make the places that we work in to be more inclusive. We have to make sure that they're more inclusive. I mean, in BC alone, we have, depending on what stats you want to look at, and I got most of these from BC Tech, gave me some stats. It's about 6 to 8% of the population is Indigenous. Yet in tech, we have less than 0.5%. So it's less than 1%. So already we're underrepresented in tech, and games is even worse. We're not going to make any progress. We're not going to see any difference if there aren't those spaces where people can just be themselves at work. It goes back to fatigue as well, and as we're ourselves at work, it's about people doing the work, doing the research, learning yourself. It's not, sometimes people just want to go to work and do work, and they don't want to go to work and explain everything to you about who they are, what type of games they do, what they do. Like, that's your job to figure that out. It's not people that you hire's job to do that.
Would you be able to repeat the first part of that question too, about sovereignty? Because that's really, I think, the one of the most important parts of that question.
It's disappeared from my Slido, so I can't repeat it verbatim.
I just feel like I'm kind of like a bit of a broken record here, but again, like Indigenous sovereignty in creative projects, I think, lies in being able to pull in your perspective as a developer, your lived experience as an Indigenous person, or another diverse person, and have that not be questioned, but actually embraced and supported, to the point where everyone wants to be treated like a human being, like a person. And I think one of the ways that it could maybe happen in this industry is if, again, decision making around creative decisions, around design decisions, are like rest in the hands of the diverse peoples that are in the room, if they're even in the room to begin with, right? So I think that's kind of where sovereignty plays into it. It's what I did a little bit of thinking about when I was doing my research. But again, I think we still have a long way to go there, right? Like the statistics play into that part, less than 1% in the industry, et cetera, et cetera. So first we got to start there, hire us, fund our projects, and then don't let it stop there. We need that extra mentorship from, prototype to published product, right? All the way through.
Awesome. Thanks, you guys. Well, we've talked a lot about independent Indigenous developers thus far in the broader sense, but I think it's about time that we dove into the work of our very own world-renowned independent Indigenous developer here. So, world famous Maze Longboat. So let's talk a little bit about your game, Terra Nova. Could you share a bit more about the process of creating your game and what being an independent developer has been like for you?
Yeah,
maybe
for sure.
If that's a bit too broad, just kind of touch on the motivation and what the inspiration was.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've really embarrassed me there with that little preface. But if we could play just a little bit of the video of Terra Nova right now, I think that would help. Okay, awesome. There we go. So this is Terra Nova. This is the game I created as part of my master's research, like I said. It's a 2-player cooperative game that you can play on PC. And it's set in the far, far distant future on Earth after it's kind of undergone this environmental change. I like to call it a post-apocalyptic sci-fi narrative because it's no longer the post-apocalypse. The apocalypse happened. It was an environmental disaster. It was capitalist. It was imperialist. And then that post-apocalyptic phase happened where you were trying to hang on to like whatever came before, but everything's just awful and traumatic and stuff. And now we've entered into this post-apocalyptic era where we've taken the best parts of our past, but we've built something brand new and beautiful that is unique and indigenous to this new context. So that's what kind of the framework with which I was kind of setting this narrative in. In the game, you play as both Terra and Nova, as the game is named after. Terra is kind of this elder, but very like capable older woman living on Earth in her community, and she's kind of like the steward of the land. That's kind of like the role that she plays. She's kind of like the overseer, and then there's Nova, who is this other kind of sect of humanity that actually left Earth kind of when the apocalypse was happening. But as you know from other sci-fi narratives, you can't really take everybody off of Earth. This is what happened here in this case. So, Terra's people are descended from the people who had to stay on Earth, and Nova is descended from the people who left. And the game kind of takes place right at this moment where Nova's people, these kind of colonizers, these space colonizers, return to Earth unknowingly because it's been so long since they left. They don't have this memory of this place anymore. So I'm kind of playing with that like idea of like what does it mean to be indigenous? it's just that we're human when we come from Earth. Does that make us indigenous to Earth? Kind of thing, like these kind of questions. And I don't know if I really have an answer. But, I was kind of playing with this idea of first contact. So thinking about our history in this place, what does this history of colonization look like? And kind of projecting out into the future and asking, what will these similar colonial narratives look like when they inevitably happen again, in whatever form they happen. It might not be necessarily aliens and humans, but I don't know. We're talking about colonizing Mars in the next, I don't know how many decades, centuries. So, like, what is that going to look like? How will that? Maybe there's no life there that we know it as, but it's still a whole other territory in place that we've never been before, right? So, that's what I was really exploring in this game when I was making it. For my research was just indigenous identity, a dual identity, which reflects myself as like someone who has an indigenous and a non-indigenous parent, and then also like first contact and having fun with the future and futurisms from an indigenous perspective. I guess what I'll also talk about a little bit with this too is the context with which I created it. So like I mentioned before, like I had a lot of support, I had a lot of mentorship while I was creating it. I had kind of like a framework of like how it was going to go. I was going to kind of build out the creative direction and then, use some of the research grant that I'd been able to pull together and bring, go out and like actually interview freelancers and build a team together. And it all happened really well. Like I had someone in mind for art, another indigenous developer, Ray Capelin, who's Mi'kmaq. So everything visual in this game that you see was done by Ray. And then we had a brilliant technical director who knew a lot about Unity development, Merdad. And he's at KitFox now in Montreal, but he was at the time was just an independent developer. And we were able to build this like really great collaborative team where I had a vision, but I wasn't, as a first-time developer, I was kind of constantly questioning my own decision making, and I really relied on them heavily to kind of steer some of the more technical aspects of the production forward. So it turned out really well. It took a really long time. This game probably takes 15-20 minutes to play through together. Takes two players to play through together, and it took like 9 months of part-time hours to develop. It took a really long time, and I think that was because it was a first-time producer, creative director leading the project. But it was great because game development is never a smooth process, as Josh Nielsen you can probably attest to. So the fact that it was done in any sort of reasonable amount of time, and I was able to finish my degree in 2 years was a blessing. So I guess that was like one of the main takeaways in terms of collaboration and building a project together with the team is, you're all kind of experts in your own area. And I found the most success when I leaned into and relied on others' expertise to steer the project in a way that, it needed to go in. So games are super multidisciplinary. It's very rare that you find a solo developer who will do every single thing in a game: art, coding, production, sound, writing, voice acting if you have dialogue. It's a real monumental challenge because there are so many aspects to making a game. But I think I'll just leave it there. If you're interested in checking out this game, you can just Google my name and Terra Nova, and it's up on itch, and you can play it in your browser.
Cool. Maze, can I just ask you one more question about this? You mentioned the two-player aspect to it, and that's something that I really enjoyed when I played it. And I found like it really works its way into sort of indigenous storytelling and gaming. Obviously, I found that it kind of facilitates a relational experience as you explore the in-game landscape with another person from two different perspectives. And throughout the game, each player sets off necessary triggers so the other can progress until the two players can eventually move forward together on a single screen. And I was wondering if you could just tell us a little bit about integrating relational practices into gaming and how that works its way into indigenous storytelling and gaming.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's kind of built into the narrative, right? It's like about first contact between an indigenous character and a non-indigenous character and what that might speculatively look like in the future. So yeah, I really set out to, in that project, be meaningful in how I designed it. So hence why it's a two-player cooperative experience, why I wanted to get away from a lot of those like aliens versus humans, sci-fi tropes of us versus them, evil versus good kind of thing, and make it a lot more complex. Not make it as black and white, but make it gray as much as possible. The triggers that you refer to in the game, those were simply just design limitations. We needed to put in some sort of signposting where, say, we all have different skill levels in games. It's a spectrum in terms of, just being able to navigate and interact with games. And so, one player in the session, player one, might be a little bit faster in navigating Terra up her village and getting to a point where, you're kind of getting ready to set off into the next phase of the game, whereas the player playing Nova might be a little bit more methodical, like taking a little bit of time talking to more characters and admiring the scenery. So there are points where one character can't progress physically on the platforming, and that was simply, honestly, just can't progress until the other character on the other side of the screen activates something on their side. So yeah, it was just a limitation, actually, in terms of where I wanted people to be at a certain time when they were playing. Yeah.
It's interesting because we were talking about the game yesterday too, and I feel like every time I'm like, oh, this is like one of my favorite parts about playing. You're like, yeah, there's just a limitation of creating it.
happy accidents. I think a lot of those happen when you're developing games.
Totally. Yeah. So, well, thanks for sharing a bit more about your game, Maze. We'll open up the conversation a bit more to kind of a broader industry discussion again. And on this question, Maze, I thought maybe you could give us some personal insight, and Josh, you could probably provide us with a bit more of a broader overview of it. But what goes into actually getting a game published?
I guess I'll close my loop on Terra Nova and just say that it really depends on who you want your audience to be and, what is reasonable given the resources that you have. So in my case, this is a student game. I didn't really care who played it, but I made it for myself and made it an experience that I wanted to create. And I think, as a kind of a younger indigenous person, I wanted to see some kind of like different types of sci-fi narratives out there that dealt with indigeneity and colonization. So that was kind of like my motivation. But I wanted to make it as accessible as possible. There was a time where like I considered making the entire project open source, so that people could like take it and just run it on their machines, and modify it to their heart's content. Ended up not going in that direction because I think I just don't know what kind of like fruitful thing that would do. But maybe I'll make a demo project available in the future. But it made a lot of sense to put it up on itch.io, which is a really great independent game publishing platform. Anybody can do it. Anyone can do it for free. Anyone can, put their game up there and charge whatever they want for it. So, it made a lot of sense to like go that route and not go through something a little bit more commercial like Steam, or like build my own website and just host it there. I wanted it to be accessible. Hence why I eventually made a browser version for it. So it didn't require any download or anything. You could just run it if you have an internet connection. And you really have to just like know what your limitations are and kind of work within them. And luckily there are platforms out there like Itch that really support that more independent side of the industry.
Yeah, it's on more of the like looking at it through like a publisher view. I think it's okay to have, there's all sorts of games, and I think it is great because it's a great place that get your game up there, and a publisher might find you there or might contact to see if you could build something else, if you can work with that. But not all games are designed for Steam. Not all games are designed for mobile or designed for console. So the next step is really looking at that business sense of your game, who your audience is going to be, what platform it's going to be. Don't try to make a game that's going to be like cross-platform on all platforms, because that's where your budget's going to be, and you don't have any budget probably as an independent. If you have funding, you want to make sure that that funding lasts as long as possible. I'm amazed that part-time you got something of that quality made in 9 months. It must have been a lot of long nights.
Thank you, but I wasn't in a lot of ways the one making it. I was kind of the one directing it. So I will hand off all praise on that aspect to the folks that I was working with, Merdad, Ray, and Beatrix. It was hard though. It was hard to scope it. Like I think I originally planned for 3 months development time, and it turned into 9. It tripled. So I see that as a bit of a failure, but one that I think happens to a lot of not just games, but media projects out there. It's like once you get into that feature creep and scoping issues when things don't quite go right, or you're a little bit over ambitious. Yeah, I was lucky that I was just at university, so I could extend things a little bit. But then I had to call it at a point in time. Yeah, I was telling Josh McKenna yesterday, like I had a lot of plans for what I wanted the narrative of Terra Nova to be, and how I wanted it to close. But essentially, I had to close it, only 1/3 of the way through the narrative that I had kind of originally written. So maybe we'll get the other half or 2/3 of it someday. But yeah, it was a really big challenge for sure.
And that'll probably be a new game, though. I think a lot of developers get into the sense that they built something amazing at a game jam, or they have a good concept of it. But then what your game you're going to build, you might work on it for 6 months, and you're like, this is what this game is. The next game can do that. And I don't think enough people use the worlds to start over and build a new game, which if you're going to work with a publisher, you're probably going to have to build a new game, because that's the other thing that we haven't really touched on. But when you're taking funding, when you're working with somebody, they're going to have input into what your final product is, even if it's you're going to have some parameters you're going to have to work in. It's not, you give up a lot of that freedom for that distribution, and that's just something that you have to be crystal clear on negotiation on where you're going to bend and where you're not. But you're not just going to have free range if you're making a game for even where it ends. Like if you're making a game for Xbox console, there's certain things you have to be compliant with. All games do. So that's something you have to keep into account.
Yeah, so just on the production side of it, Maze, you've mentioned a couple times working with a team, so I had some questions about that. Obviously it sounds like there's a lot of hours that go into making a game, even if it's just like a 15-minute playthrough. And, there's some games that are considerably longer as well. So it seems like bringing a team alongside you is essential for the most part. And to bring a team alongside you, funding is essential as well. So wondering what kind of funding options look like for up-and-coming Indigenous game developers, and what finding a team looks like once you have that funding.
Funding options, yeah. I went the academic route. I told research bodies of I'm gonna study Indigenous video game production, and I'm gonna use myself as kind of like that autoethnographic example of what it means to do it as like a first timer. And luckily, those funding bodies were like, yeah, cool, that sounds great. Here's the money. See ya. Good luck. Here's no additional, mentorship or resources, but, do with it what you will. So that was nice. I didn't have to do really any reporting or anything like that, or or enter into a contract with, say, like a publisher to make sure my game was compliant with their motivations too. So, you know, I had a budget, I had a chunk of money. You know, Terra Nova would not have been Terra Nova if I didn't have that, and it certainly would not have been that without just finding really nice, skilled, generous people to bring in their technical expertise from the coding perspective, from the art perspective, from the sound perspective. And not only be just willing to work on a game because they want to work on a game, but to work on an indigenous-led project and keep that kind of in the fore of their motivation for contribution. I think that's what really made this a success, in that it brought the vision that I originally had to life. So you could go down that route and struggle, or you could go down the route of, you know, Kickstarter. I know that there's been a few successful indigenous crowdfunding or indigenous games crowdfunding projects that have been fairly successful too. So, and not just like video games, but also like board games and tabletop and stuff like that too. So, the appetite for that is definitely out there in crowdfunding circles. That being said, you know, you're kind of swapping, say if you go the crowdfunding route and you don't choose to not have a publisher, you know, you're kind of sacrificing the requirements of a larger company to the requirements of your user base. And you can very quickly fall out of favor with that user base if you don't deliver on some of the promises that you set out at the beginning. So that can be super, you got to be super careful there. You know, when you're trying to scope out that crowdfunding scope, right, or project pitch, and then yeah, Josh, maybe from the publishing perspective, I actually know like very little other than the fundamentals of, you know, putting together pitch resources, negotiating once you have a buyer. And then getting to work. Like I'm actually quite in the dark about that.
Yeah, so a lot of it is if you're looking for a publisher and if you're looking for somebody to fund your game, it's about knowing the projections and financials of your game, sort of your P&L of your game. It's something most developers don't want to deal with. It's something I mostly don't want to deal with, but I do that all the time to look at that. So I think the challenge with funding a game at the provincial level, so we have studios in BC and Ontario. We have some great incentives for game makers here. We have the BC IDMTC here, the Interactive Digital Media Tax Credit, and they have the same thing in Ontario, the Ontario Media Digital Tax Credit, which can provide funding after you've made your game. So you can recoup some of that funding, but you can work with partners to be able to give financing based on how much you're going to spend on that game. Canadian Media Fund, we've already talked about that. But there's also a bunch of funds in there as well that you can build depending on what sort of game you're making. Sometimes it can qualify for IRAP funding. Sometimes it can be more at the provincial level. Sometimes it's at the corporate level. The challenge with all of that stuff is it takes a lot of time. I think that was a great example you brought up before about Megan. She posted on, I can't remember, it was either LinkedIn or her Twitter. That was amazing to talk about how many people that she had to pitch her game to try to get funding. And it wasn't like 5, it was like, I don't know, 20 or 30 that she had to pitch over and over. So that takes time away from you as a developer as well. So you have to kind of factor that in as well. And then sometimes there's independent corporate funding, like studios will have it, or media will have it as well. So it becomes like if you're the lead of the studio, you're the product person, half your time is spent pitching and explaining your game. The other half is actually with people making the game. So you have to have almost like 2 sets of financing in order to get to that final stage. And it's been more and more expensive to make games. It's probably takes more and more time to make games. We see games, if that's either on Steam or if that's on mobile, that launch, and then kind of get 6 months to try to figure out where the market's at for marketing fixes, tweaks, just to make sure that they're working too. So I just did a talk at Google Play, and on Google Play alone, every day there is, I think it was 850 new apps loaded every day. And why I say apps versus just games is because you're competing with those same installs. That's one platform. Apple has similar numbers. So every day you're putting your game out there with limited advertising, and you're competing with 1,000 other new different applications, plus everything that's on the ecosystem as well. Plus you're competing with people to open it up versus doom scroll on social media or watch a streaming movie. And then the last thing is, it's not all doom and gloom. There's some new channels that are opening up that I think are early but are phenomenal. Like, I still think there's still going to be people that have the network, or that have the eyeballs every day, are going to make games as part of their platform to keep people on longer, and it's going to be seamless and natural. So we have a game on Netflix. They're great partners to work with, and we're seeing more and more diverse types of games coming in because they try to have as much diverse content as possible on Netflix. They're not just really one vertical. So I really see like these streaming services having their own games, or even just think of other media services also having games on that people are engaging with, because there's nothing better than a game to engage people for 10, 15 minutes, have a great experience, and then leave. You're going to see the content. The content is needed. We just have to work on those channels to match up creators with people that need the content.
Cool. Well, I have an audience question that is for you, Josh. So Eastside Games has worked a lot with already established IP. And this person is wondering, when creating games based off of franchises like Doctor Who or Star Trek, what does the copyright purchase process look like for that process?
It's complicated. It's complicated, but you have to get a team that just specializes in that. If you're interested in doing an licensed IP game, like we do, we have some of the biggest games. Some of our biggest games are our own IPs, kind of counterculture games, and we've built those for years, starting back in open web and Facebook, like 12 years ago or something like that. But what we found, we were never going to do licensed IP games, and then I got an email from that I thought it was a joke email from the Trailer Park Boys, and I was like, this has got to be a joke. So I said, no, I don't want to do it because I love the franchise, and we don't know how to do IP games. We don't play nice with people, so I don't think we'll be able to do it. And they invited me back to the trailer park. Ricky made me a bunch of cans of ravioli. I was down for it. And then we made the Trailer Park Boys game, and it was like a hit. So we've been doing a combination of licensed IP and non-licensed. But if you're a developer and you want to get into making licensed IP games, the best way is to just make a phenomenal game that has a great story and your own unique experience, and then look at it incorporating IP afterwards, because then it's like an addition to the universe that you created. But I'm sure there's, like, you need to hire somebody that knows that world, because it's much like the funding world. It's very complicated. You have to know about it, but it's also, it can take all your time to make sure the IP is out, because it's their world. You're taking their world and you're putting it in an experience. It has to be authentic to the people that invested in their world as well.
Awesome. Thanks, Josh. So we've already kind of gotten into this a little bit, but and if you haven't caught on to it yet, I mean, hopefully you will now. But I feel like a lot of us think of game making as a purely creative process, and as we've seen through a bit of our conversation here, there's quite an extensive business side of things as well. And I recall the two of you telling me that it's like you either are into that, or you got to find someone who can take care of that for you. So, could either of you kind of shed a bit more light on the business side of game development and what that looks like aside from what we already dove into?
I cannot. I'm too plugged into the academic side. And then in my current role at Unity, like I'm working directly with developers and their technical teams to support them and make sure their games are as good as they possibly can be. And I see only very limited glimpses, always in context of the active development is actually happening of what's going on the business level. So yeah, I'm sorry, I can't really speak to it.
If you just think about the market size, because I think sometimes we forget about the market size, that games is a bigger market than you can take music, movies, and TV, and games is bigger than all of those combined. And it's growing at a rapid rate, with mobile being, can't remember, like 45 or something %. Someone in the comments is going to be like, it was 50%. Yes, you got it wrong, but it's huge, right? It's growing. So if you just think about that it's just like a huge business now. But games themselves are even bigger than that. So you just, once again, really just have to decide, what partner to work with if you want your game to be an amazing experience that's free for all, and then build something else off of that and work in it. But there's lots of different jobs you can do in games. It's not just making the game. It takes a whole team to be able to build and ship a game and to continue to provide content. Like 6 years ago, we didn't have half the positions that we have in our studio now. Now it's like, and the positions are blending over. So you have narrative design that's also helping shape the events we're going to do, but also doing troubleshooting, but also like actually with the tools that we have with Unity and some other tools to get in and move the art and to build the game. And you're actually seeing people at teams refer to as developers, whereas before, when I started at Relic, it was like, you're a software engineer, you're a QA, you're a designer. You don't touch the other person's work. You're an artist. And now you're seeing a blend of that in big studios as well, not only indie studios. I think that's fantastic. We're seeing kids, and my kid's 11 years old. Oh, she's 12. She just turned 12. And they're building these fantastic experiences in Scratch and Twine that are like fully fledged games. Like they're just amazing that it's becoming less of a myth, and it's becoming like, this is what everyone can do. Just like everyone with a phone you can shoot a movie and you can edit it at home. You can now make a game at home. It's fantastic. I think we're going to see more amazing stuff.
Totally. So yeah, we have a ton of excellent audience questions. I hope that we've kind of touched on a lot of them, but I wish we had time for more. But considering we only have a few minutes left and we've gotten pretty heavy into the business conversation, I figured we end with like a bit of a lighter audience question that we have here. So for the both of you, what are some games you're loving right now and why?
I mean, the first game that popped into my head was Hades, which is a few years old now, but I just can't stop playing that game. They've designed it in such a way, and they were having a great conversation about it yesterday. But with this roguelike design where it's just incremental progress, every single action is toward another goal. And it's just hooked me. And I was never a big like Greek mythology buff, in elementary and high school and university, but I thought like it was a really engaging, immersive way to kind of like learn a little bit more about that. And also, yeah, like just feel very fulfilled every time I, clear a room and stuff. So that's what I'm playing. right now, and one that I just like, yeah, I can't put down. But in terms of something that's maybe a little bit more in line with the topic, Indigenous storytelling, there's this really amazing game that came out a couple years ago called Umurangi Generation that I played a little bit, and it's from a Maori developer, and it's kind of like if Pokemon Snap was Indigenous and punk without the Pokemon. It's really cool. It's like set in the future, and you play as this photographer, and you're kind of like doing these these contracts, and kind of a fly on the wall, but also a little bit of a participant in this like anti-fascist movement happening in like a future New Zealand. So that's one really cool that I think everyone should kind of go check out. Umurangi Generation, yeah, for sure.
You had me at Indigenous Pokemon. Sounds very cool.
Yeah, that game sounds awesome. I play. If you're managing a big project or you're on email all the time, I try to play games that are off my laptop, because as soon as I open it up, it's like, get ready to email. Like, here's all the work to do. So I don't do that. So I've been playing everything either on mobile or console. And my favorite mobile game right now is like an old person's game. It's called Zen Match, and it's just all about downtime. And it's all about just being like, when you load it up, it's like, you're calm today. And then you just sort cards. It's amazing. It's like the best playing game you can ever play. So I play that all the time. And right now I'm a judge for the Indie Cup. So I've been playing about 5 minutes of over 40 different indie games, all from Canada. And some are pretty phenomenal. So that's kind of my experience now.
Awesome. Well, do either of you have any closing thoughts? Any advice to put out there? Anything else you want to just say?
Yeah, I'm gonna hijack the moderator chair for a second and ask you, Josh McKenna. Love to hear from you about like what your recent experience in game creation has been like in the last year, and then also like what do you see for yourself as someone who's interested in the industry, but also interested in the craft, and what your kind of like hopes and dreams are for yourself and the community.
Sure. I mean, it's interesting because Maze and I feel like we have sort of similar experiences where I never really saw myself as being like developing any sort of games. I started working on my game when Maze came to my Indigenous New Media class taught by Dave Gartner to do a Bitsy workshop with us, and I developed a game there, and I had the option to do it for my final project instead of doing a paper. And I was so sick of writing papers by that point, I was like, I'm going to do the game, which took way more time, but was way more fulfilling. It was really cool. I'm particularly inspired by games like Stardew Valley. Like, I like kind of stuff where you are just, for the most part, moving slow, doing some tasks, just chatting with people that you meet, and like kind of figuring out a storyline from there. So yeah, with my game, it was cool. I got to do a lot of research on important Métis figures throughout history and present day and incorporate them in, and I had a really good time with it. And going forward, I'm working with Hammer and Tong right now, and I'm going to be working on some more like various media projects, but including games. And there's one that I don't know if I can really talk about right now, but I'm pretty excited about, and it's cool to just have these Indigenous stories just being presented in this interactive way, where you can like really just like sink into the world. Like, I love movies. I'm a big movie guy, but it's a totally different experience when you lock into a game for like a few days and you kind of have that inception moment where you're like, when I got really into Stardew Valley, I was like, I got to wake up and water my crops. And then I was like, wait, that's game life, not real life, So yeah, I'm just excited for what the future holds, and it's cool to be meeting a lot of other Indigenous creators who are just doing amazing things too, and it's cool to link up with them, and it's cool to like come full circle here and be doing a panel with a Métis game business owner and the guy who came to my class and kind of instigated this sort of thing in me in the first place. So yeah, it's exciting. It's great. Yeah, Josh, do you have any final words?
You can make a game instead of writing a paper and get a degree. I've made like 20. Do I got a master's now, or like how does that work? Is anyone here from UBC that can hook me up? Like I'm ready for it.
Has Santa Ono left yet, or is he still here? Can we get him in here to give him an honorary degree, or is that off the table?
Well,
No,
I want to
think
shop
they're
it
still-
around. I have a couple of universities interested now that I know I have I have a lot of assets. So UBC is one of them. They're not the top, so you have to have a good offer, I think.
All right, thank you very much, Josh and Maze. Can we get a round of applause for our excellent guest speakers today? I've been your moderator, Josh McKenna. Thank you so much for coming today, and enjoy the rest of the conference. All right, we can break for lunch, everyone. Thank you very much.
ないないありえないって言い切れない as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering I feel in my chest when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious light with me. Just take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see. Let's go to see the stars and the moon. I'd fly far into space as long as I am with you. The light in my bright eyes when you're near. The fluttering I feel in my chest when you are here. I can't explain this kind of love. It pulls me to you, I want it, I can't get enough. So share this precious light with me. Just take my hand and let's enjoy the things that we'll see. you been? Been searching all along. Came facing twilight on and on. Without a clue, without a sign, without grasping yet the real question to be asked: where have I been? I'm a shapeshifter at Poe's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, what else should I be? Please don't take off my mask, revealing dark. Moments of calm, nothing left to be found. A mirror right in front of me, that's where I find an empty glass, reflecting the sad truth. It's telling words not to be told. I need the mask. I'm a shapeshifter at Poe's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, chained down to my core. Please don't take off my mask, my place to hide. I can't tell you how to see me, just a cage of bones, there's nothing inside. Will it unleash me, burning down the walls? Is there a way for me to break? I'm a shapeshifter at Poe's masquerade, hiding both face and mind, all free for you to draw. I'm a shapeshifter, have no face to show. Please don't take off my mask, my disguise.
Awesome. All right. Okay, so hello everyone. Thanks for coming. We have a good amount of people here, which is great in the Chan. My name is Leonard Paul, and we're joined today with Mr. John Romero. Hello.
Hey, how you doing?
Grand. Wow. Well, this is exciting. And thanks so much for spending, basically putting a break into your day. I know you got a lot of stuff to do. And so with this conference, we're just hoping to pick your brain a bit, probably from some things that don't normally get asked. But we're looking at, You know, one of the main things that we're sort of diving into is, myself being a visible minority and yourself also being of a mixed background as well. Myself, I'm, half Trinidadian, half on the German side for my mom. And it's similar for you as far as like your background. And I'm curious how that's informed, like your game making process.
Geez, when I was growing up, I grew up basically in the desert in Arizona, in Tucson.
Yeah.
We were right next to the reservation, right, the Yaqui Reservation, and went there, every Sunday for church, and went there for, just to go and get wood. Like we actually had lots of barbecues and would go get our own mesquite. And it was just normal to be there. The reservation was really pretty big, and it was right basically a few blocks away. We just drive out there. So it was kind of normal part of my growing up. And when I moved to California when I was 8, I believe, or 10, I think it was 10. No, I was 8. I moved to California. I moved into a very, Northern California is like light years away from Tucson. So it was basically growing up in a different culture, like from that point on. So one of the things that was pretty helpful was that there was a college nearby, and they had computers there, and that's basically how I got into making games and programming and stuff, was basically going to that college and just teaching myself how to program when I was 11. I just went there during the summertime. But it was just because I was just very interested in learning this thing, and nobody treated me. I didn't feel like I wasn't one of the, I didn't feel othered or discriminated against when I was living there.
Yeah.
I felt just like everybody else, so it was pretty great. I didn't feel like, oh, I really am so different than everybody here. It was, I was pretty happy growing up there and having access to really interesting technology that was just emerging at the time, home computers and all that. So I didn't have anything that made me aware that I'm totally different than everybody else.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done a little bit of research on you, so I saw that you sort of got to start with the Apple II, and I remember being in computer camp as a kid on Vancouver Island, and the Apple computer that we had, they had taken the top off of it to put the fan on it because it was overheating. So, the Apple II definitely, it has a warm spot in my heart as well. So, yeah, it's, and as far as, like being part of something, it was, I don't know, it seems like computers and that sort of scene back, in those days was, quite inviting. And I think it is these days too. But it's also one of those things where, unfortunately, I thought that things would change. I thought that there'd be more people like us, like making games, and we're still like really underrepresented in the industry. So I'm just curious, how do you sort of see things like, possibly, hopefully changing like for yourself with, the games that you're making these days and the communities that you're sort of, moving in these days?
Yeah, it's interesting. When we were in California, we lived near Watsonville, which was a poor town and had disadvantaged youth in schools there. We basically would go and have talks with the kids that didn't have access to technology at the time, and just tell them, if you can find it, if you can get access to it, it's possible to learn something in tech, learn how to code. Basically, you have to kind of go looking for it because it's not just being given to them, which is kind of the way that I got into technology. It was not being given to me, and I wasn't just like given access. I had to actually go find it. And it was really luck. It was luck that got me that exposure, but a lot of kids don't have that luck. And so, I kind of would go out to different schools and just talk to these kids and tell them that, you know, there's a way to have success in technology, and you know, and all you have to do is get access to it, and it's out there. So, you know, it's funny because with kids, they probably hear messages like that.
Yeah.
You know, they're usually young kids, and it's like it doesn't fully register with them. But if you say, yeah, you can buy a Ferrari, you know, if you if you learn how to become a programmer and get a really great job, and then they wake up and they're like, "What? A Ferrari?" And, you know, and then they get excited about it. It's like, yeah, you could totally do that. You learn how to program, you can get one. And then like, okay, I want to do that.
Yeah.
But it's like, you know, it's like when they don't have, like, it's an aspiration that, you know, is something that they see on TV or they hear about or whatever, and it's not real unless they meet somebody who actually has had Ferraris and, you know, all kinds of stuff. And then telling them, yes, you can totally do it. I did it, and I'm not different than you. Yeah. And you just need to have access, and you just have to have the interest in the drive and focus to do it. And I know that today it's a little bit harder to do that than it was back then, because of just everything is so online that it's so easy to get distracted with notifications and, you know, just messages constantly coming in. Back then, there was no cell phone, there was no internet, there was nothing but just a quiet room with a computer and nothing just disturbing you. So it was easy to kind of get focused. But it's definitely something I don't, you know, where I work in Ireland, so I've totally changed my location in the U.S. But I was there in Silicon Valley before we left, and Silicon Valley is, you know, there's a part of Silicon Valley that has a lot of money, and it's surrounded by other areas that don't.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, there's, I guess that's a thing that it's important, you know, to provide, you know, good role models for people to, you know, see that it's definitely possible. Yes, Ferrari is one thing, but I mean, I've also did programming as well. And I think the thing that I tell my students and, you know, other people that I meet is just that it gives you power, like to actually be able to code. And I knew that if when I got fired from a place, that I could just land somewhere else and I could have a job, and it wasn't a problem.
Totally.
You know, and so to me, that, you know, like confidence from doing computer programming has been huge throughout my life. And so, yeah, it is something that I really try and help, you know, like my students with, and same as you just know that it's like a super important thing. And I think you have kids, right?
Yes, 6.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. All right. Wanted to make sure because I did, you know, like, and I have kids too.
6 kids. Yeah.
Yeah. And in some of my research with the taco truck game, that was, you know, it was like a family game,
Gunman
right?
Taco Truck.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. It was really cool. It was, you know, our son, youngest son, Donovan, has played games his whole life, and it was important, you know, he had a really cool game idea when he was 9 years old, and he told it to us. And, you know, he was just learning how to program on weekends. You know, we would spend time teaching him how to code. So he would just kind of feel fluent with, confident to be able to just start typing into a computer and learning the words that you can communicate to a computer with, you know, a C-based language. And there was always, you know, like, okay, what's the game we're going to make this, you know, today? And this one day he just said, Gunman Taco Truck. And I was like, that's a great name.
Yeah.
And then later on that night, he actually had been thinking about it, and he wanted to tell us what the game design was. So he did, and it sounded like a really great core loop of a game. Mm-hmm. And even though he didn't have the programming skill to make it happen, the idea was a really good one, and that's often more important than that programming skill. So we wanted to show him that having really great ideas means something, and that a really great idea can get a team around it, and you can make something cool. And we decided to do that and start making this game. And we did it kind of in a game jam format where we would work on it over the weekend once a month. And we did that, and he was featured in stories in the Wall Street Journal and Venture Beat.
Wow.
Cartoon Network wanted to buy that IP. They wanted to buy the intellectual property. We told them we're not going to sell it, so they decided to do a game deal.
Yes.
So it's just like article after article, which was really great because the articles were about teaching kids how to code through games, which is a big motivator because kids love games. And if you can teach them how to make games through programming, it's like, you're already getting good feedback as you code, but if you're coding a game, your feedback is even more relevant and interesting.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what we did. And we released the game, and Apple featured it twice for a whole week, both times, just because they loved it.
Yeah.
And it really showed him those great ideas are really, really important. And also obviously having the ability to make those things happen is also a big deal. Otherwise, those ideas will go nowhere.
Yeah.
So programming is important. Yeah.
Exactly. So basically, he's buying you a Ferrari now.
Yeah.
Getting there. So I want to remind folks that are joining in online, please go to slidio.com and you can use the event code #keynote3. So that's keynote with the number 3 at the end, and you can ask questions and it'll come up here for me. A lot of my background is in audio, so I'm going to just do a quick audio question because you've done a lot of audio for your games. I'm just curious, as far as being both on the content side, adding the audio, also programming side, how do you see the role of audio in games these days?
It's a third of the experience as far as I'm concerned. It's critically important. If you don't have audio in your game, you're losing. It's like a movie. Can you imagine the audio not playing in a movie? Yeah. That's what it's like if you don't have audio in your game. So, depending on how immersive the game is, if it's like a 3D game, like a movie, that's different than, say, Tetris, which doesn't really need audio, but it's always nice. It's extremely important. I believe it's so important that it should be going into the game as early as possible. If you have graphics on the screen, you should have some audio playing as well while you're building your game. A lot of teams decide to kind of add the audio at the end, slam it all in because all the really hard work has been done already. But it's important to get the audio in early because if you pick something that kind of becomes annoying, you won't have time enough to know that it's annoying to a lot of people if you only get to hear it for a short period of time and then the game releases. So you kind of have to get your stuff in early and let it sit for a while to make sure it fits.
Yeah, and that's coming, from I try to, when I'm talking to game teams and, people that are learning, that audio design, sound design is design and it's wrapped into the whole thing and it should be sort of just, part of the whole package.
Absolutely.
Yeah, cool. All right. And I guess one of the things that really intrigued me about Doom and, some of the other games as well is that you decided as a designer to basically democratize that process and open it up to other people. And to me, that's pretty amazing that you created, with others, that and released it as shareware. And it's kind of like the levels were the way that was the DLC that you made the cache off of. So yeah, if you can comment on that, that would be great. And also, I do need some help up here. I slid the Slidio off to the wrong page. So if somebody can help me with the screen, that would be great. Sorry.
With Doom, one of the important things that we did was we decided we wanted to open the game up and let our audience modify the game and make levels and make new sound effects and new textures and you name it. We wanted them to kind of feel like it was their game that they could create with. So we made it an open game and we gave the technical specs out so people would be able to see how the levels are constructed, so they could write editors to create levels for other people. We couldn't release an editor ourselves because it wasn't actually in in a language or operating system that everybody was using, which was DOS.
Yeah.
We used a totally different operating system to build the game. So, level editors appeared immediately, and then people could start making levels. And this is in 1994 when that happened for the first time. And even today, 28 years later, it is still going super strong. Like, the community releases maps constantly. Every day, dozens and dozens are released. It's such a massive community. And the tools have gotten so good for making levels. People can make stuff with the Doom engine that doesn't even look like Doom. Like, there's a Sonic out there, a Sonic game. It's all 3D and everything. It's made with the Doom engine because it's a heavily moddable engine. But that was an important thing for us when we released our game, is to allow people to play it and to modify it and to make it theirs. So that was one of the first games that, with graphics, that was one of the first games made to let you do that.
Yeah.
And now, now lots of games have mods.
Yeah, and I find that, that sharing, is a super important part of the game, process. Is that, like, that increases not just engagement, but it also shows people that they too can, like, make a game, like, it's not just programming, it's also like level design, all these different things all put together to make a game. And when you enable people to do that and basically share the technology like that, it just empowers people to do that. And I guess that's sort of the related question is also, like, the source code was, like, put out as well after the game was released, I guess a few years later after that. And sort of, how do you see that, sense of, like, I guess, how did the lineage of, like, Doom spread out into other products after that, where, you had coded something and then it goes out into the world and it's become these other things? Like, what has sort of, surprised you about, like, the way that spread over time?
The first thing that happened when Doom came out, it also happened when Wolfenstein 3D came out, which was before Doom. There were a ton of games that were Wolfenstein 3D clones, because it's like, here's this new way of making games. And you can actually, you can kind of, when you see one working, you can start to figure out how to do it. And then people can start making games that are similar, right? And then when Doom came out, Doom clones is what they were called, because there was the word first person shooter wasn't a thing. They were 3D games.
Yeah.
I don't believe anyone even called them shooters for a little while. They just called them Doom clones. Mm-hmm. And a bunch of Doom clones came out, within the first few years. And so that influence of not just only the 3D engine, but the feeling that you get from playing that game was the first time that people played a game like that. It was scary to some people. It was brand new technology that no one believed, didn't even know that it could even exist on a computer. But it really paved the way for the first person shooter genre to really grow and become something that is massive. Like, the kind of game that we made with Doom is just one kind of shooter now. There are so many different kinds of shooters. So we've seen our genre really blossom into something amazing with a lot of specialization in it. And it's brought a lot of people into the industry. But those modders, the people that were able to take Doom and make levels and stuff, got hired, get hired by Valve. Like Dario Casali just emailed me 2 days ago. Yeah. And he made Plutonia, which we published as Final Doom. And lots of level designers got into the industry. So we've seen a lot of the influence of not just the technology, but the design influencing shooters. We've seen a lot of game makers get into the industry to create new shooters and other new games. So it's been amazing. Not only that, but also just like Doom is still going, Quake is still going, Wolfenstein is still going. These are games that are about 30 years old,
Yeah.
and they're still getting sequels because the properties and the designs are still hold up.
Yeah, and I think that is that nature of sharing and basically expanding your community and allowing people to be part of that process is not something, speaking from a background or a cultural perspective, it might not be something that other creators necessarily would have embraced as much, because some people really like to keep everything to themselves and they don't want to share as much. But others can see power in the nature of having as many people as possible play the game, be part of it by making their own levels, playing the game, and then it just creates this longevity, similar to open source and whatnot, other technologies of sharing economy type stuff as well. So we have some questions as well. The first question being, what have you learned from starting so many different studios and businesses?
One thing that is interesting about starting different companies is a lot of times the start of those companies has to do with what the game that you're making is about. So, I started a studio that was for mobile games, and so that studio we started to get into mobile gaming before, years before the iPhone came out. And it was a totally different world back then, but it was like getting in kind of early to mobile, and then starting an MMO company. So getting into MMORPG development, that was a company totally dedicated and focused just on MMO. And then later on, starting a company focused on social gaming, like Facebook type games that use the social network. So each one of these companies had usually a different purpose, a different focus. One of the most important things I've learned was you need to know your founders extremely well. You need to pick them very, very well. More important than almost anything is picking the right founders that you think you will stick with for a long time. It's best if you pick founders that you have worked with for years, people that you trust to own part of the company, and so that's like the number one, the number one lesson is pick those co-founders extremely well.
Yeah. I guess I guess this is a related question, but I run my own business. I teach game audio online. And I found that for me, having that autonomy of creating my own thing also meant that I could be more who I am. And I found that was difficult in other places. Do you think that's part of why you really like creating new companies, or is it something else that's sort of driving you?
It's interesting because I feel that when I started making games, I was making games that I wanted to make. It's my idea, and I'm making it. Because I'm a programmer, I can actually do that. So I was used to making my own thing. And I mean, by the time I got my first job at someone else's company, I already had started a company and had published about 15 games.
Yeah.
And had made dozens of other games that had not been released. So I'd already done a lot of stuff before I got my first industry job. And then I'm at someone else's company and I'm doing what they need me to do, which is totally different than me doing exactly what I want to do.
Yeah.
So I kind of have gravitated towards running a company because it's like I want to make something and I want to make the thing I want to make.
Yeah.
And I usually create brand new IP. And to do that, a lot of times you have to make your own company because if you want to create your own thing, it's hard to get into someone else's company and have them trust you enough that they will take your idea and run with it. Because to take someone's idea and run with it is millions of dollars and a lot of people's time over years. And usually it's the founders of a company that make those big decisions. And just bringing someone in, it's a really big decision to make. So I've always just naturally started a company because I'm going to be making these things.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like that. It's not like I think, I just have to run my own thing. It's so much easier not having to run a company.
Yeah.
But then you are doing whatever the company tells you to do. You know what I mean?
Exactly. And I've definitely found that has been an issue with me. Sometimes I have my own ways of doing things, and sometimes it doesn't align with other people. And when it's your own thing, then often you have just simply more leverage. You don't have to crush people, but you have more leverage to embrace that person in and say, like, look, we're doing a great thing here, and if you want to help out, we're going this direction. And if not, that's okay too. It's not a problem. But if you're within another structure, that, dance becomes a little bit more delicate. So yeah. We have a related question as well, asking about what would you suggest to people like getting into the industry? How do you have like longevity in the industry like yourself? Like, it takes a lot of energy being in this business. Like, what would you suggest to people to have like a long career in games?
Number one, get yourself into a position where you can just make a game. Like I think it's been important for me to be able to just code or whatever, like to just pick up a technology, learn a new language, whatever, just start making stuff. Making lots of different things is important. Don't spend time on really long projects. Make lots of small things and do a lot of different jobs. Do production, do audio, do programming. Do art, do level design. There's so much to learn that when you move between different domains like that, you're excited because you're learning something new, and you're learning at that time the state of the art at that point. And you just keep on learning these things, because by the time you come back around to one of the things that you were doing, things have changed and there's more to learn. So it's like a nonstop learning festival for years to hop between different things. And even game design, leading a game, the industry changes every day, and just staying on top of what's out there and what are the trends and what are people doing is also really exciting. And so focusing on design itself is something that is really cool. And there's so many games out there with lots of great features and systems that that when you want to make something, you're like, that's a really great system. I like that decision, and that it's been vetted by so many players and so much QA, and there have been a lot of big decisions that, if that idea could fit in my game, then that's great, because they've already gotten it working. It does work and it is fun. So that's a cool idea. And can I take it and kind of tweak it for my game? But yeah, it's always being excited about what you're doing, because if you get bored, you're going to go find something else to do. But just keep getting better at everything you can. Get really good at one thing and then start branching out. But yeah, just if you can, get to the point where you can come up with a game idea and start making it, and then start bringing in people that you feel have the same level of passion and dedication for that same idea. Then you have yourself a cool team, and then everything becomes really, really great.
Yeah, I think that's stay inspired is like, that's kind of the vibe, is that, you got to do it for the thing. There's money involved, but it really is a beautiful thing, like when you really dig into it. And that's part of the reason why I've sort of similarly stuck in it, because there's just so many, I'm very, stoked about like the combination of both the tech and the creative side, which doesn't really happen in a lot of other industries. And it happens so fast that, recently I've been doing learning shaders. I'm an audio person, but, then it allows you to really dig deep and like connect at a deeper level with your, people that you're working with. And you just realize like, this is a very deep well, like that, there's so much to learn, and it's just, it's very exciting. Yeah.
Have you done audio shaders yet?
Yes, actually, I'm glad you asked. That is that is kind of my thing. I'm super into doing basically synthesis, and so I do a lot of node-based synthesis stuff with audio. So I actually even released a whole album which was to do with the Beep documentary. It's like a history of video game audio. and I did it all using visual scripting for audio. So yes,
Nice.
I'm super interested in that, and also like this new thing about like GPU audio, where you can get like audio rendering on the GPU. That's been always sort of there, but it seems like it's
Yeah.
about going to happen. So to me, like, there's all these things, like there's always something new, like, and AI, blah blah blah. There's always something new.
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah. So yeah, no, that's cool. Yes, I'm super into doing like that kind of like procedural audio stuff, and I'll limit that and get back to the questions. Otherwise, we'll talk audio for the whole time.
I know. Especially procedural, I know.
Yeah, exactly. So, in what ways do you think your identity influences the things you create? Do you notice any themes, etc., carrying over in a lot of your games?
I don't think so, because I've made so many different games in a lot of different genres. Like the shooter is what I'm really known for. But I've made a lot of different games, puzzle games, lots of 2D stuff. It's like Gunman Taco Truck is nothing. I don't even know what genre you would. That's like a resource management game, kind of, but
Yeah.
wrapped in a really crazy, it's. I think things that go into my games are typically like humor, dark humor, usually my style of humor. So it's I guess just like I've done so much, like say drawing when I was younger. I used to draw a lot. I've drawn lots of comics. I've done lots of stuff that is, spent a lot of time. Like when you're going to become a really good artist, you spend a lot of time on paper just learning how to make lines and how to create your, how are you going to create a character style. And you really have to spend time getting good at whatever it is that you're going to do. You need to put the time into getting really good at it. And I've just noticed, who I am with, I like learning new things. I like showing people new things.
Mm-hmm.
So when I'm naming things in a game, I usually try to pull something in. I usually try to put stuff in there that people will wonder what that word is, and kind of look it up and maybe learn something about it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the things that I like, which is learning, and I like humor, and I like fun, and I try to, like, whatever the genre is, I try to put that in there. So let's say I made a match 3 game called Congo Cube back in 2003. And it was like Bejeweled on steroids. It was a crazy fast arcade game, and we had a pretty innovative mechanic, which was a dragging mechanic, where you could basically click on a block and just drag it around the screen to line it up with whatever you're trying to line up. There wasn't a limitation. It was like Bejeweled, where you just swap and swap. It's just like take it, drag it wherever you want.
Mm-hmm.
And you have to hurry up because the stack is going up and up and up, and you're trying to make it collapse down. At the same time, there's all kinds of monkeys screaming at you, and there's like birds flying across, dropping new blocks, and it's just a crazy game, and it's super funny. And it's like all of the things in there are like the things that I just like. And I put them in whatever the game is that I make. It's like, this is a match 3. How to make a match 3 just like mine, And so I kind of put myself into whatever it is that I'm creating, and that's I guess probably the constant with everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've definitely noticed, like,
It's
even
not like
even like the aesthetic of that is not necessarily like super metal, but like the density sounds very metal to me. And like anytime I've seen like when whatever you take photos with folks, you're doing like it's just like there's a metal there is a metal vibe about you that I think comes through in a lot of your work. And to me, I grew up listening to a lot of like, Metallica, there's like, Megadeth, Anthrax, and then verging into like fun stuff for me, like Primus and things like that. And to me, like that kind of vibe where it's like heavy, but then also like so much fun. I think that that comes through in a lot of what I see in your work. So it's like a lot of your personality,
Insane
I think,
Clown
just
Posse.
yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Mike Patton, that kind of vibe is like, the fun, but like intense, but also just like, but also like very skillful. Like metal is like that, where it's just very detailed, but it's also technical, but it's also fun. And then it's also very, it might seem like really like, I don't know, like, blood and guts and this and like demons and whatnot, like Doom on the surface, but then a lot of the times, most of the time, it's just fun. It's like you're playing a game. People are sitting down like with their cokes and like like you're doing right now, basically. Like you're taking a break to talk to us, but it's like that. It's like that kind of fun, I think, comes through in a lot of your work. So that's just an observation, anyways.
Yeah, it is, and that's exactly what I do. Big LAN party. Like like what a LAN party is like. It's like you should be feeling that way when you're playing the game.
Yeah. No, I remember playing Doom back in like '94 at EA. We had it downstairs in the QA department, and so it was either the foos table or like getting on the LAN and like basically playing Doom. So yeah, there's.
I played so much foosball.
Yeah, and still doing it, I guess, too. We should be able to get to some more questions here, which is good. What's a mechanic from a game you've previously released that, in hindsight, you would rework completely?
Well, so I think the save game system in Daikatana, I thought it was a good idea. Where you were earning your save, you're earning your ability to save the game.
Right.
People hated it. People hated it. It's like, and the funny thing is like it's kind of a misunderstood game. Just in I was making a game that was very difficult, and people did not see it that way. They're like, people expect that they should be able to play a game. Just play it, and it's at normal difficulty. But I made something that was really hard. So that kind of was not a cool idea. And that save gem system was part of that aesthetic as well, that decision, which is like, it's so hard. You need to earn the right to save the game by finding these gems. If you find one that gives you the ability to save at any time, as long as you have a gem in your inventory. And you can have up to 3. That made it like, okay, now even saving the game is going to be something I have to think about. People do not want to deal with that shit. So that was the latest patch for Daikatana. They removed they gave you the ability to just forget it. There is no save gem system. You just save the game when you want to. So I would have ripped that out.
Yeah, that has that vibe of like punching down. It's kind of like somebody's having a hard time in the game, and they can't save, and it's just like, oh man, all right, thanks, man, appreciate
it. It stops people from spamming, spamming,
yeah, and like
but also, it's funny because in the games I had made before that allowed quick saves and quick loads. I didn't abuse that all the time, so really there wasn't a reason to put it in there. It was an experiment, a lot of the stuff in that game was an experiment.
Yeah, nice. I think we have 1 or 2 questions left, and then we'll let you get back to stuff. And, same thing here. We got other things to go to as well. What's your favorite way to develop and flesh out a new game idea?
Game jams.
Nice. Nice.
Game jams are such a great way to do that. It's and sometimes we'll just do it. Usually it's just at my house. We'll have people come over to the house and we'll just do something for 2 days or 3 days. And it's just fun to just go nuts for a little bit and just come up with something. Usually it's going to be something funny. So, like this one game jam I did a couple of game jams ago. It was just a funny idea. It was, here's the theme. And from the theme, it was like, of course it's going to be something funny from that theme because That's what I do.
Yeah.
And it's hilarious. It's a crazy idea that only an indie game would do, and that you would only find in an indie game. But it's like we want to finish that game because it's so funny. It's such a crazy idea, and it's exactly like I had said earlier. Like that aesthetic is what I usually try and put in what I make.
Yeah, it's got the kind of like, it's literally game jam, which is like, jamming, like music jamming. And it brings in, once again, the metal vibe where it's just like, we're
Yep.
all folks that can do. We've got like, bass player here, drummers there, guitarist there. Bass player, we don't, they're fine. But, it's just like, you bring together a group of people and it does create like a magic in the moment, which is, it's
Yep.
really special. And that's one of the engaging things about working, playing games. Of course, they're interactive media, but then also making the game can also be like that if you're doing it like
Yeah.
game jam style. And yeah, same thing. I'd highly recommend folks, do game jams. I even did a presentation talking about game audio for game jams to try and help people out. Because a lot of people are like, oh, how do I get started? It's just like, just go to itch.io. There's like so many
Yeah.
game jams happening online and just do
Lists
it.
of
Just dive into it.
every day, constantly.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had mentioned earlier when we were making Gunman Taco Truck that we were doing it in game jam format. Once a month, we would spend Friday night to Sunday night. And when it's late, it's like, 10, 11 o'clock, maybe in 1 in the morning, whatever. We're just laughing because it's hilarious what is happening with this game, the things that we're putting in it. And it's just so funny because that aesthetic has got to be in there. And so like, that's the, it's working when the game is actually being successful in conveying those aesthetics properly. And, yeah, it was so fun making that game.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Well, I think what we'll do is we'll wrap there a little bit early so that we don't get cut off. And yeah, of course, I'd love to keep talking to you. And same thing, I'm sure there's a whole bunch more questions, but unfortunately, we live in a land of time and space, and we need to obey the rules currently. What's the best way for people to get a hold of you if they want to like chat with you? Is it your Discord or?
You can send an email to john@romero.com.
Perfect. Oh, that's great. Yeah. And I mean, if people are interested in what I do, I'm at sovga.com, School of Video Game Audio. But most people are here for John. And it's been great chatting with you. Thank you so much for your time. And I know it's the end of a long day for you. And yeah, this has been great. Cheers.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's been fun. Take it easy.
Yeah. Maybe next time you'll come to Vancouver.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome.
That's cool.
All right. Well, I guess we'll wrap it there. Okay. Cool.
All right. Yeah. Nice talking to you. All right. Take it easy. Okay. Bye.
Thanks again.
All right. See ya.
Hello. I am Lan. Hello. I'm here to welcome you to the Games in the Industry panel with these lovely folks. So my name is Lan, she, her. I'm a senior game designer at Blackbird Interactive and an indie developer as well. A few years ago, I released a game called Cribbage with Grandpas with another local developer in town. And I'm so happy to be here to discuss the local industry with these wonderful folks. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Daffodil to introduce themselves.
Hi, I'm Daffodil. I make video games. I also do a lot of unicycling. I've been making video games since about 2015 after going to school for programming. Making like small games, working at some companies, and just making it happen.
Cool. Hello. I'm Victoria. I'm the community director over at Innersloth. We make a game called Among Us. I'm also the co-organizer for an organization called Wholesome Games, and I've worked on a bunch of other little indie games, Unpacking, Boyfriend Dungeon, Dwarf Fortress, and yeah, a lot of indie in my life.
Hi everyone, my name is Cara Mastretta, and I'm the studio head at Original Fire Games, where we make the racing game Circuit Superstars. And I'm from Mexico originally. I've been living in Vancouver for about a decade, and in the past I was a game designer at Relic Entertainment, making real-time strategy games. Nice to meet you all.
Awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Lucas. I use he, him pronouns. I am the studio director at Silverstring Media. We're a local Vancouver indie studio. We focus on narrative games. We've done a lot of narrative consulting over the years, and over the last few years have been growing the studio, and just this year released our first solo in-house major production called Glitchhikers: The Spaces Between, which is sort of a chill, introspective, mind-wandering simulator.
That is an excellent description of your game. I'm not sure if this is the moment to remind you that you can submit questions through Slido. So please feel free to submit questions. We have some broad topics to cover in this panel, but we'll try to get to as many questions as we can, and we'll try to sprinkle it through. But the general format of this is we're going to ask a big question, and everybody will provide an answer for it, and then we can see what's going on in Slido. Okay, cool. So the first thing we're going to do is just go through a little bit more in depth where all of our wonderful panelists come from. Vancouver has a rich history of game development from AAA to experimental to indie. It's a thriving community of indie and experimental game developers here. And we have a range of experiences here in the form of our panelists. So who would like to go first? Do we want to just go in order, or would someone like to go first?
I'll take it. So I definitely fall on more of the experimental indie side of things. I've been working on sort of smaller projects in my off time as I go about my day jobs and things like that. I made a game called Virtual Blinds a little while ago, some years ago, that was just a sort of banal antique game, you could say, about a set of blinds. And I worked with a local musician named Jade Statues for a game called Executive Towers that kind of played the official game of the album that I posted on itch as a free download with Jade Statues and some other collaborators. And lately I've been working on this game called Street Uni X. It's a sort of bigger project. It's a classic extreme sports game that is in the realm of extreme unicycling, this sort of burgeoning extreme sport that I care a lot about. And that kind of sums up my realm of expertise.
It's a very cool game. Just for everybody who doesn't know, itch.io is a website and distribution center. It's a really cool site where developers can choose to release their games for free, by donation, or as a paid product. So there's a range of people who release games on itch. And I really encourage everybody to check it out because it's a really cool place to find developers who you might miss if you stick to the bigger storefronts. Sorry. Victoria, would you like to go next?
Sure. Yeah, itch.io rules. So please get your games on there. It's great. Yeah, so my kind of background has always been in indie, in like very true indie, and now technically with Among Us, I guess we count as like triple I. It's weird naming once you kind of like, it's weird. Industry is weird. But yeah, I currently work remote. Previously, I worked a lot in Montreal, so actually a lot of my background in working was there. But I grew up in Vancouver, so I also kind of like knew of the industry here, but I didn't really get to partake in it because I was still a student and very young. But yeah, so I think I kind of have like an interesting vibe in terms of like working with a lot of indies in Montreal, and then when I eventually started working for Among Us, going full remote and kind of having that experience there.
Cool. Very cool.
And for me, so as I mentioned, grew up in Mexico City, where I had a career in a very different space in film. I had always wanted to make games, but back home in Mexico, I really didn't know what path, like there was no clear path of where to go. Until I connected with Vancouver Film School. Lan and I both went there. So I went to school for game design. Got very lucky. When I graduated, I got an internship at Relic as a producer. And then half a year later, I got hired there as a game designer. So I worked there as a game designer for 5 years until I left to start the studio, Original Fire, with my siblings. And so my career has kind of gone from production, game design, and then back to production and then business. So it's just always been at this position of learning how to make games and how to keep making them. These days, what I feel very passionate about is building teams that can thrive individually and as a team. And yeah, that's my driver right now.
Awesome. Victoria, I only just somehow noticed that your shirt is Among Us characters.
Nice. Thank you.
Amazing, yeah.
It's subtle
very
Among
good.
Us.
It's great swag.
Yeah, so I started working in games basically a decade ago, just doing freelance writing. I actually did creative writing here at UBC. Started doing a bit of narrative design and writing for games, and then started Silverstring with my business partner Claris, who spoke this morning. Doing more narrative consulting. That was sort of how we got our bread and butter. We did a little consulting on Crypt of the Necrodancer, on Celeste, on Wandersong, a few of these sort of Vancouver indie darlings a little bit, which was a lot of fun and got us a little bit into the scene, meeting people. There's been great community events here in Vancouver that we would always go to make those connections and go to conferences and all that kind of stuff. And we did that for a number of years alongside releasing some sort of little experimental games that we did. We just heard Don Romero talk about game jams and such. We would always do, Global Game Jam and some of the other events and create a little experimental game and put it up on our site, put it up on itch. We managed to get a little press for some of them. And in 2014, we did a small game called Glitch Hikers, which was just a 20-minute experimental game about driving on a highway late at night. And it did quite well for being a free experimental 20-minute game. Got some interesting press for it and a lot of people who just really enjoyed the concept. And so it was one of those things that we always thought it would be fun to revisit in some format if we were able to. And a few years ago, we were lucky enough to get some funding through the Canada Media Fund to turn Glitch Hikers into a more fully realized sort of commercial product. And so right as the pandemic started, we started growing our team. We're now a 9-person studio, and in March we released Glitch Hikers: The Spaces Between, and are now working on some new projects. So it's been quite a bit of an explosive growth over the last few years. And as we all know, the last few years haven't seemed quite real, so it's all been a little woozy time-wise for me.
Definitely. I think woozy time period is a perfect way to describe it. So that actually touches on a few different things that we're going to be talking about today. But we got a question from the audience. So, we've got more now. That's great. So the first one that I saw was Vancouver seems to have become very perilous for indie devs. Is there hope, or do we all have to move to Montreal? And this is a tricky one. Answers can range from like yes, no, there is definitely no hope for anyone, to there's hope for anyone anywhere if you find your pathway in. So it is complicated. I think the housing situation is probably the biggest issue that's highlighted there with that dichotomy of Vancouver, Montreal. But do we have any thoughts about this in general? I think the center of this question is how to survive as an indie in Vancouver. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, most of my friends have moved to Montreal.
Yeah.
So I'm still figuring that out.
Oh no, don't move. We will miss you.
I'm going to stay as long as I can. But like you said, like anywhere you can make it happen. It's just, there's different challenges.
It's true.
Yeah, I was going to go for the more negative take of, it's difficult anywhere. Don't worry. You can't run away from your problems, unfortunately. But yeah, I mean, like, obviously the housing thing I think is really difficult. I think it's honestly a lot of indie development is so difficult. And I think one of the things is that, a lot of people are talking about, like, a lot of people make indie games and have a full-time job. And it's kind of just that thing of, like, trying to determine, like, all right, like, do you have the resources? Are you able to kind of commit some time on the side? And it's okay if it's some time on the side and just release some small projects on itch.io. And then if you want to make it more full-time, then you can start looking into the funding. You can start looking into, like, okay, like, there's Canada Media Fund. If you move to Montreal, there's some tax breaks if you translate it into French. There's a lot of different things, and I think it's a lot of really trying to use your resources, kind of network around and see, like, what other people are doing and how they're surviving and that sort of stuff. But it's going to be difficult. Also, Montreal's really cold. Like, it's really, really cold.
That's true. Any other thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to add too. I mean, I think a lot of the people who started doing indie games here in Vancouver, in the last decade or so, a lot of the folks that are really surviving and thriving in indie games right now got their start at bigger studios. I mean, we had some really big studios here in Vancouver, and some are coming back, but a lot of them closed down sort of in the early 2010s, I want to say, and that sort of released a slew of extremely talented people out into the world without a place to go, and a lot of them started making their own games. I mean, that's, I think, in my memory at least, that's when Full Indie, which was this meetup group, and still is a meetup group.
It exists.
But that was when it was, in my mind, like just really thriving, like lots of incredibly smart people making really amazing games, because you had all of these people, needing to figure it out on their own because the jobs weren't there anymore. Now a lot of those people have successful studios that are growing. I think of like Brace Yourself Games made Crypt of the Necrodancer and now a bajillion other things. And are publishing games and things like that. I mean, Eastside Games is huge now. There's like so many studios in town that are growing and becoming more stable. We have Blackbird, we have, some great companies. So, how we got started, I mean, how I survived an indie game was, privilege, largely. You always hear about the like self-made whatever who had some huge investment from their rich parents or whatever. So, like, I wouldn't have been able to survive without the amount of privilege that I had in my sort of background. But part of what we did was, talk to those people. We did consulting. The work that we were doing was, work for hire for other people's projects, doing narrative design and writing and things like that. And that's how we got our foot in the door. That's how we got some experience so that we could then translate that into, working on our own projects at first on the side, like you were saying, and now, being able to get the funding from the Canada Media Fund and other funding sources and stuff.
Yeah, for sure. Carol, it looks like you had something to say as well.
No, so good.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Kind
I'm
of
so
covered
sorry. Yeah, definitely great thoughts. I think that we'll probably touch on that subject again as we're talking. I think it's important to not look at one way in. And if you want to get into games, just start making games. Make small things that you don't need them to hit it big. You don't even need to show them to anyone, although that is a very critical way to get feedback that will help you grow as a designer. But just keep making stuff, and you'll find an entry point. Okay. The app has lost my notes. All right. That's super. Oh, thank you. You're the best.
Amazing.
All right. So our next general topic is around the subject of funding. Over the past, decade and change, the situation for game developers has changed from a world where you really needed to have a publisher relationship in order to get a game made. There was a lot of upfront manufacturing costs. The world was just a very different place before digital storefronts, like we were talking about with Steam and Itch. And now that we've had access to these digital storefronts and the tools of game development have become democratized, to the point that you don't even need to know how to code to make a game. There are amazing tools out there, free tools, and a community. And we'll talk a bit about community in the pandemic and everything in a bit. But out there to support you once you find them, which I know that is tough too. But I'm hoping that we could all talk about the role that funding in general has played in your work. We'll start Daffodil.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, funding is critical to be able to make a game. And whether that means funding it yourself through day jobs, through commissions, through working in other industries, or like finding the opportunities and putting in the work to like speak with publishers, or like I've been really lucky to have received some funding from this group called Weird Ghosts, and prior to getting this chunk of funding to focus on my game Street Uni X, I was really just kind of working on it in all of my off time that I possibly could. And now I can like really focus, and like, the past few months has been amazing for the, like continued development of my game and sort of the living of my dreams, and really like having the opportunity for this to be a full-time thing. Prior to that, it was just a side project. And like the thing about funding is like, if you don't have funding, you can still make games. It just takes 4 times as long. And like, you can only work with people who care about the game too enough to work with you for free in their spare time. And like I just like before I had access to some kind of funding, I just like, I expected that I would find myself in a sort of poverty mental health crisis every couple of months and just have to deal with the consequences of that. And I've gotten really good at dealing with the consequences of that. But like, I mean, it's worth it though, because the things that I want to make whether I have the money to make them or not. Like, this is what I'm doing with my life, and this is what I will be doing with my life. And, I have also done the sort of like seeking out publishing opportunities or getting funding from places like Humble Bundle, and like reached out to other sort of investors. And when you have to do that work, and you're working with a small team, and you don't have the backing of like some people to help you navigate that, you basically put your game on hold and then do all this paperwork and make like PowerPoint presentations on the chance that you'll get an interview with like one of the funding managers at one of these publishing companies. And even then, it's like, I've done all that work and then I don't get the funding. and then I have to like rebuild myself again, and it's a bit of a drag, to be honest.
Yeah, I feel you.
But like, it's still, I'm learning so much, and like, I recognize that I could take a different pathway through these things if I like worked at a bigger studio, was more open to extractive funding models and changing the vision of my game. But just doing what I got to do to thrive in my own mind and in my own body. So
Absolutely. I just want to just really quickly say that on behalf of our society, we should not be putting people through this. To make art, to make games, to make music, to make film, to make anything. And I think that there are people out there who are doing their best within our systems to try and change some of this stuff, like Weird Ghosts. There are people out there, but it does take some digging.
totally. And you.
Oh,
Exactly.
This panel is about you.
And this whole thing.
Everybody. We all do what we can to try to make this world just a little bit better. So what you're describing, it's not okay. I feel like let's get rid of that. Yeah.
Sounds good to me.
Okay, cool.
Oh, that was easy. Oh, you just solved it.
There we go. Sweet. Okay, Victoria, please.
So I agree. Funding sucks. Like, that's somewhat, it feels like someone's full-time job to do paperwork, to negotiate, to know what a good deal is. Because there's a lot of publishers out there who are like, we'll publish your game and we'll take 100% of it until you pay us back with your game profits. And then sometimes they tack on other stuff, and so you'll never make money. Anyways, so it's a really difficult space, I think. And I think because so much of games demands that you need to know everything almost. It's like, yeah, you need to know the programming, you need to know the art, you need to know the marketing, you need to know how to fund, you need to know the biz dev part of it. It can be really difficult. And I think whether you're not, luckily Canada, because America does not have this, luckily Canada at least has CMF. So if you want to look into CMF to get into some funding, depending on what province you're in, sometimes there's also a provincial fund for some arts, so you can look into that. For Quebec, it was CMF. CMF? No, that's Canada Media Fund. I forgot what it was in Quebec. But you have some other sort of instances in which you can fund, but it is a grind, and games are much more expensive than I think a lot of people understand takes to make. So when we funded Boyfriend Dungeon on Kickstarter, we asked for $50,000. It does not take $50,000 to fund a game. That was just, here, please give us a drop in the ocean to make our game. That's barely someone's salary, right? So, and I think that's a big part of it. A lot of people don't consider the salary, the kind of time and effort it takes to make a game. So these are going to be much more expensive than I think a lot of people consider, and I think that's why funding sometimes gets a little bit lost in the translation of making games. And especially working on the marketing side, a lot of people forget about the marketing budget, and that eats into a lot of the game development budget for sure. So I think it can be really difficult. Again, it is a lot of kind of having to do your research. It is a lot of time crunch. And I think when you're developing a game, you kind of have to think about that quite a bit, for sure.
I feel like, Carol, you're going to have a lot to say on this topic.
Yeah, I mean, it's just that the past few years have been quite a journey. So just to contextualize, so Original Fire Games, our studio was started to build a game that we had gotten funding for. So the game is Circuit Superstars, is a racing game that my brothers were kind of garage game development, doing it in garage style back home in Mexico. So my youngest brother, who was a game designer, also came to BFS, but then went to Mexico because he wanted to make a racing game. And living in Vancouver, he was doing the work and dedicate to my game in the afternoons or in the evenings. But then realized it's just not enough time that I'm being able to, you get home tired from working. He's like, I need a lot more brain power. So he went back home, and at the time I was lucky enough to have a full-time job at Relic and a salary, and my cost of living was relatively low at the time. This was 2017. So I helped my brother a lot to just kind of don't worry about work, just focus on building this game. Then he brought up my other brother in, who taught himself art skills. Together they started to develop a prototype, and around 2017 we started to put a lot of content on Twitter, just like GIFs and work in progress, and we got very lucky in getting noticed and started to be approached by publishers. And at the time, I had no experience in funding a project. I was a game designer, funding how studios get money to make games was an unknown realm to me. So we didn't consider any other possibilities of what to do with our prototype than a publishing deal. So we pursued that opportunity. It was a year, a whole year of talking and conversations and design documents and iterations on pitches and stuff like that. And we signed a deal with a small branch of Square Enix called Square Enix Collective, who support indie developers. So we got funding through that and the opportunity to start our studio. We established it here in Vancouver because this is where my network was, and the people that I wanted to bring in to help us build this game worked in the industry here in Vancouver. So we did that, and obviously we entered this endeavor with an idea of we're going to be successful. No need to prepare for plan B. We're going to recover this investment, and then we're going to make our next game. And then time passed. We finished our game. We shipped it. And our definition of success had to change significantly. This idea of we're going to recover our investment and get enough money to keep the studio going and make a second game. Not true. Studio has not made money a year into having shipped the game. Success looked like a team that loves each other and continues to work very well together. It looked like a really wholesome, beautiful community that we built around it. It looked like great players that connect with our game and want to play whatever we make next. But then, this year, I've kind of found myself with that question of, okay, how do we keep going? And I've learned what the publishing funding route looks like. It's really challenging if you bet on success, right? Because it's really challenging to succeed to that level. Again, because game making is expensive, retaining people is expensive, taxes are expensive, So this year, I was talking to Lan. It has been about moving from production and team building to business development and understanding the value of my team and how to fund the studio in a way that makes us sustainable and in a way that gives us the peace of mind and ability to focus on what we want to make next. And what I was telling Lan is that I've been very lucky because I've been in the industry almost for 10 years here in Vancouver. I know a lot of people, and some of them have really helped me in connecting with people that are now mentoring me in pursuing the venture capital opportunity. But there's no clear path. If I didn't have those people that are helping me and willing to answer questions and connect me with people, I would have been completely lost as to where to turn to. So that's been on my mind a lot, is how do we help bridge that gap of biz dev knowledge for small teams that are, we can make games, but we need help in funding them and in getting funding. And then just to speak to BC as a province, a lot of people keep telling me, Montreal, it's going to be great there. I'm keen. I don't know if a Mexican can survive the winters there. 3 of us are Mexican, 3 out of 5. Our other John, our coworker and engineer, is from Hawaii. So I don't know if we can make it. But IDMTC has been something that has helped us a lot. It's a tax credit that gives us back 17% of salaries. And that has been helpful. I'm starting to look at opportunities to prepare the studio for claiming shred. But these are kind of if you're already paying salaries and you're working on a game, it seems like those are good incentives to take advantage of once you've gotten funding. When it comes to getting funding from the government institutions like CMF, is something that I'm yet unfamiliar with. We don't quite qualify because we're Mexican until we get a citizenship, but it does feel like there's seeds there for more support to grow.
Yeah, absolutely. The funding question has so many facets and so many little gates kept along each route. And when we think about making a game, we think about the programming and the coding and the art. But if you can't support that team that you build, that's the really sad part of the thing, is that those people need to go off and find a way to support themselves. And the really tragic thing for our community here in Vancouver is we've already heard two amazing panelists talk about potentially leaving our community to go to an environment that's more supportive.
Yeah.
And once you start losing members of your community, it's very hard to build that back.
Yeah.
So I'd encourage everybody to think about the housing situation
Yeah.
and the cost of living.
Yeah,
But yeah.
I was going to say I want to respond to a couple things that folks have said, but to that one specifically, I remember hearing regarding the interactive digital media tax credit, which we have, which is great. Like you say, once you already have spent that money on salaries, then you can get some of it back.
Yeah.
And here at 17.5%, in Quebec, last I heard, it was 40, and in Ontario, it's 35. And I remember hearing, a decade ago, the government talking about like, oh yeah, but we put a lot of investment into our schools. I mean, we have great schools here around Vancouver for game design and stuff, VFS. We have the Center for Digital Media. We have programs here at UBC. We have all this great teaching opportunities, learning opportunities. So we put all of our money into people who then leave the province to get higher tax credits elsewhere, because that's where the jobs are. So like there's a disconnect there for me. But yeah, I mean, if you couldn't tell, we could probably do an entire panel on financing, because there's just so many questions and so many options and opportunities and lack of opportunities and all of that. But just to touch on a couple things, Victoria, you were mentioning the cost of people, the salaries, as how much does it cost to make a game? Like it costs way more than you think to make a game. It certainly costs way more than I thought to make a game. And when you start really looking at how long does it take to make a game? How long does it take to make a game that's going to stand out in the marketplace, which is really the other big issue, as far as what does success mean, right?
Yeah.
It's really hard to find that discoverability on these storefronts where hundreds, if not thousands, of games are coming out literally every day. And so, you have to find those different measures of success, and you can't count on making up that money on the back end necessarily, right? You hope you do. You hope you get that game that, sells millions of copies. But, we've always approached it as not making sure that we get paid for the work that we do up front, so that if the game makes $0, we're still okay, right? Like we don't, there are people who go out there and like mortgage their houses, 3 times in order to fund their game. And it's like in this industry, that's just so dangerous. It's just so dangerous because there's no guarantee that you're going to make any money off of it. There's no guarantee that you're going to make any sales at all. And so the Canada Media Fund has been the big one for us. I mean, beyond doing client work, which is, again, a great way to get started and get a little bit of sustainability. But we started applying to the Canada Media Fund with a bunch of different projects years ago, and we're turned down, and we're turned down, and we're turned down until finally, like I say, about three years ago, we got some prototype funding. Because the other problem with like pitching publishers for funding, or pitching a lot of these, all of the funds that are out there, because there are some, publisher funds, there's other funds like Wings, like Weird Ghosts. Most of the time, they don't want to fund your game unless you can show them a prototype, because they want to see that you know how to put a thing together, and B, that it's going to be fun, and it's going to look good, and all of these kinds of things. Okay, well, where are you getting the money to put a prototype together? There's very little of that. Luckily, the Canada Media Fund does have some of that. They have a conceptualization program that's like, $10,000 or whatever to put together the concept. Then they have a prototype funding program that can get you up to something like $250,000 to put a full prototype together, and then you can take that and go for production funding. The CMF will fund up to $1.5 million total funding across all of their programs for a particular project. But they only also fund up to 75% of the total budget. So you need to find that other 25% somewhere. So where are you finding that? So, all of these questions, and it's, often the same for publishers. They'll put in some money, they'll put in, a portion of the budget, but they might not be able to give you the full amount that you want. So, we're looking at a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit there. And then there's the question of sustaining the team. We've done this thing. We know that we're not counting on it making sales in order to keep the team together. So how do we keep the team together in the future? Well, our solution, the only solution we found that has worked for us so far, and hopefully it continues to work, or we also find other solutions, is actually just more CMF applications. As soon as we were into production on Glitch Hikers, we were putting together pitches for new prototypes. Submitted a couple more. We have 3 more prototypes that we're working on right now this year, which has been a true blessing to have that opportunity. But now we're looking at sort of the end of that road and now pitching to publishers and for production funding for the next project. And if we don't get that, I don't know what happens,
Yeah. It's really can be a full-time job just doing that work of sustaining the funding situation.
I was gonna say it's like that's someone's full-time job.
Yeah.
And when you're also like a creator and contributor, it's a lot of emotional labor to go to bed and wake up at 4 a.m. being like, how am I gonna keep my team a year from now?
Yeah.
Like it has been so humbling to just kind of like sustain that and think about everyone I know that like also lead small teams and they're dealing with similar problems. It's quite lonely and very difficult. So it's what we're talking about backstage. It's just I feel that there's an opportunity here for bringing a community mindset towards how we can support and guide each other through it. Because of what you said, right? Like it takes so much work to even think about how to strategize towards your funding. Like here are all the opportunities that we have. Which one do we tap in first? And what risks are we taking by pursuing this avenue? What risks do we take by prototyping a game that might not get funding? Just having coaching at that level, I think, would be it's something that I'm inspired to talk more about. With
it's
people
very
like you guys.
cool to hear you talking about this particular crucial part of the game development process.
Yeah.
We have this kind of community for art and for like coders talk to each other, audio folks talk to each other. Everybody kind of and this is a good segue into our question about community. But I also see some questions in here about the pandemic. So I'm wondering if we should stick to the schedule and talk about the pandemic. But just wanted to add one more thing about funding, and that is that for commercial game devs, indie game devs who are often coming at it from a more artistic point of view, much like an indie filmmaker might do, and then experimental game devs, everybody needs access to some kind of funding. Small teams need it, medium teams need it, solo teams need it, and please, no one should be mortgaging their house to fund a game project.
What house?
Exactly.
Good point.
Please do not ever put yourself. If anyone here is thinking of thinking about this funding question, do not put yourself in a perilous situation for your game. I think, to Carol's point about community, we should come together and figure out a solution for this funding piece because we all need to have a home and to sustain ourselves in order to do this work of making art and entertainment. It's a really important part of our lives.
I just wanted to jump off that again because we were talking about in the weeks leading up to this also the difference in funding that you just touched on between sort of an independent artist model versus a more commercial product and things like that, and it's a lot tougher if you're going at it from sort of the artist angle. I was at a meeting from the Canada Council for the Arts where they were saying that they definitely are wanting to support more game art things, but it's
Incredibly
hard. I
tough.
think you can speak to that a little, but for the Canada Media Fund, and we have another fund here in BC from Creative BC, though it's only up to $50,000, so again, like minuscule in game budgets. You need to be incorporated. You need to have a company. That is like a requirement of getting the funding, and so that immediately adds this additional barrier to entry, right? I mean, it's not just the need to think of it in that sort of commercialized way, but like there's a cost to making a company, and there's an ongoing cost to having a company, just like yearly filing fees and things like that. So all of that is part of this, necessarily part of this conversation as well.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and I just, because you touched on like the Canada Council for the Arts and things like the BC Arts Council, like in my experience applying for funding through those conduits, there's like there seems to be a sort of bias against games as art. Like when I'm applying for funding, I list all these games that I've made that I've done myself in my spare time, and they're like, okay, so have you got Carfac Arts funding? And I'm like, I don't even know what that is. I don't does that exist in games? And I don't think it does. And they're like, okay, but how many of these games have you made like outside of a company? Because they're coming at it from this perspective that's kind of like colored by the idea that games are a corporate commodity first. And I think that's like encouraged by the fact that games is an industry. And in Vancouver especially, there's like EA, there's like all these huge companies that like treat it like an industry from the perspective of extracting capital. And it has caused this sort of like dark cloud of scrutiny that game developers have to face when applying for arts funding through the Canada Council for the Arts, through BC Arts Council, where like I feel like other people who are posting their CVs to try and get arts funding aren't getting these sort of digging questions as much, because there already are structures that support artists who are working in other mediums. It's just it's tough.
It is absolutely. It's you end up with a situation where you have developers whose games are too commercial for the arts grants and not commercial enough for all of these industry grants. And that is a place where we, in other mediums, we see some of the most wonderful pieces of work coming up. And there are grant-funded games, indie games, that have been adored by people. I think the Goose game, Untitled Goose Game, is a good example. They received a lot of grant funding for that game. There's a lot of good examples. There's Tale of Tales. They're like almost a cornerstone of weird games, experimental art games. They've been making experimental art games since I think the 90s, which feels like very far away.
Definitely one of my earliest influences.
Yeah, they're an incredible studio, and they were sustained by grant funding in Berlin. And I believe they stopped making games because that funding went away, and they did try to do some crowdfunding stuff, but the funding portion, we just miss out on a lot of amazing stuff because we don't have some support for these projects. So I could, and I have gone on a lot. If you find me out in the wild, I will tell you all about this for hours. But I think we better move on to the questions. So, speaking of the pandemic, how has the pandemic? I think let's merge this with the community question a little bit, because I think we've all felt over the pandemic. We felt that isolation, and we're now feeling. We're kind of emerging a little bit, and we're sort of. Like, where is our community? How has it changed? So I'll leave it there and pass it over to Daffodil.
Okay.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, how have things changed? Everything has changed. As a sort of independently driven game developer who started making these games in my spare time, I found the ability to make these games and feel still nourished and fulfilled through community public spaces like local diners that I could sit at the bar at and like get to know the servers, and they're okay with serving me an extra cup of coffee and giving me the family discount because I'm there every day. Or like, you know, meetup groups like Full Indie or Alt G or like, you know, Heart Projector. Like, all of these community events were what like nourished my spirit to be able to continue making these games. And like, community is like, it's critical. Like, to be able to continue to make art that we feel inspired by and that we like want to manifest in the world, we need to be immersed in a community of people who support us and care about us and encourage us. And it's just really hard. Like, you know, we've become so isolated, and we were already becoming so isolated from things like social media and like the sort of throngs of capitalism biting further and further into our lives. And, you know, it's just like there's like, I don't know, it's hard. I don't know what else to say, really. Like, things have changed, and I wish they would change back, but that will take a lot of work, and it will take an end to these diseases that are still like going around and changing everybody's lives for the worse. So, sorry for being so bleak.
No.
It's okay.
It is a bit bleak of a situation. I think there are things to be hopeful about, and I think there are ways for us to build that community back. It does take work. Sometimes it's fun work. This is fun. You're all lovely.
And I do want to say too that like there are aspects of community that still exist, and something about the pandemic that has been kind of interesting is this like sort of stronger focus on online community. Like, for example, through Weird Ghosts, I also got connected to this co-op called Gamma Space, who's based out of Toronto mostly, but there are members of Gamma Space all over Canada and all over the world, really. And, you know, I wouldn't have had these opportunities to continue to sort of focus on my game and, you know, focus and continue to be connecting with others online. Without these opportunities, like without this sort of collective global focus on the sort of digital interconnectivity that we have available to us. And,
yeah, for sure.
It's like that has been a sort of silver lining among it all.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think like clearly COVID has changed a lot in the gaming community, and a lot of the network and kind of communication that we all have with each other is with like these physical in-person events, whether it's like something smaller like this, whether it's like a PAX West, whether you're going to GDC, something like Full Indie, something like that I think brings a really strong connection. And like online is one of those things where it's very additive to your in-person experience, but it's not a replacement for it. But being able to still utilize, like, you know, the online sphere, whether it's social media, depending on what a billionaire decides to do when they buy out a social media platform, is very dependent, but it's still there and it's still very useful, I think. And I think at least with COVID, we've seen like the ways in which online connections can help a lot of people out. And as much as we talk about, I think, like, you know, Vancouver still needing or wanting for us to have, like, you know, a bigger community here and a stronger one. I think the point is that we still do have a community here. Speaking from like outside of just North America, I've talked to a lot of game developers in different countries who, like, they don't have any game developers, it seems like, in their own like smaller communities in their countries. They can't get a visa over to North America in order to attend these events. So I think the great thing is like, with the pandemic, with everything happening, it's like, okay, well, now we can really talk about, like, you know, relying a little bit more on our local communities, connecting online with other people, and kind of creating that kind of community that we've missed out on before, because now we're like, oh, that was really important. Maybe we should, you know, invest a little bit more into that. So I think that's nice.
Yeah, definitely. I resonate a lot with that. Trying to wrap my thoughts around how to answer this because it was two questions kind of merged into one, right? One of them was how did the pandemic change how you worked, and then with regards to like how did the pandemic impact our community efforts. So I think for both, it's interesting. I have the like two themes in mind. The pandemic, I think not only our team but everyone. It kind of invited us to think about trust, like how do we trust each other? I think especially for bigger studios, like I remember the working from home subject used to be such a thing of like, oh, do we allow people to do this? Is it okay? Like what policy do we have in place? And then, COVID happens and it's like, well, deal with it. Deal with your lack of trust or the trust that you already have. And I thought that was like in retrospect. I think that the reason that our team was able to continue to work very well together was an ability to build trust and repair it. We had to learn that when it was broken, when we failed or certain things didn't get done, etc. Like we had to build this team skill of trust. And in retrospective, I think we did that through ritual, and that leads me to the community part of it. Like full indie gatherings, hard projector, online events like what Glitch organizes would like bring a lot of indie games into a showcase. Those are rituals, right? And I think that what was so sad about the pandemic and de-energizing is the loss of those rituals. And I think throughout 2021 and 2022, we've seen a lot more of that re-emergence in an innovative way. Because I think we've all been asked, what does ritual and community look like online? Because the pandemic taught us that we can function in different ways online, right? That we can learn to navigate the exhaustion of Zoom meetings and to just kind of like get past that initial barrier of like this is so awkward, it's so annoying that we have to do this, but that there's value that we can bring and that there's no longer barriers where there used to be. So I think it's interesting as we come into like a new year. It's interesting to think about it in both ways, right? Like locally, how do we CPR those community efforts so that we can have our rituals back, and what changed? How can our communities be in service of what has changed, right? Like again, thinking about funding, etc. But then also thinking about what new invitations come with the fact that we've become so versed in digital socialization. And that it's become so much easier to join a Discord community or form a Discord community. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
it's just
absolutely.
two interesting opportunities of like living both in the taking on the invitation of the digital world and in our local communities, both with a framework of how do we create rituals that are in service of our thriving.
Definitely. I love the idea of thinking of it as rituals. It's very cool.
Thank you.
Sweet.
Yeah, I mean, for us, it was wild because the pandemic. We were talking about hiring our first new hire as we were getting like our first funding for Glitch Hikers, and then the pandemic started. He signed the contract, and then the pandemic started, and then it was his first day of work. And so we had to, from the very beginning, as we were growing our team from just 2 of us to now 9. It's always been remote. And we had always planned on it being remote for a long period of time. We certainly can't afford office space in Vancouver. But you really have to start thinking about how do you deal with that long term? How do you have that community, not just community in the city or online, but a community in your team? How do you build a company culture basically when nobody has met each other? I mean, I knew a few of the people that we ended up hiring, but until this past May when we flew everyone out to Vancouver and got together out in an outside event, hadn't met half of our team in person ever for like a year and a half, right? Like that's so unprecedented. But at the same time, there are pros and cons to some of this too, right? Because we are fully remote and we're forced to be fully remote, and that's just been how it's been largely because of the pandemic. We don't have to restrict our hiring to just people, in the local area. So 2 of our employees are in Montreal. We have 1 in Ontario, and so that gives us that freedom to find, some of the, the best person for the job kind of thing, in a way that we might not otherwise be able to do. Of course, that said, when we're talking about financing, I can't get BC Interactive Digital Media tax credit for my Montreal employees. And so there's always those balances as well. And I'm not a Quebec company, so I can't get the Quebec version of it and all of that kind of stuff. So yeah, it's been a journey for sure. But we've, and part of it is definitely about figuring out what those rituals are with your team, right? Mm-hmm. Do you do a daily stand-up? Do you, we do like a weekly all hands where we talk about what we've done. My business partner, Clarice, does like a check-in with every single person on the team every single week. And that's been a huge, part of how we have managed to keep the communication really strong, keep the team engaged, hearing what they're working on, hearing if they're having issues, all of that kind of stuff. That's so much harder when you're not just in an office together and able to like knock on the door and say hi or whatever. So yeah, it's been an ongoing thing. And then at the same time, I mentioned we got a lot of our funding from the CMF over the last couple of years. I don't think we would have survived the last couple of years without the emergency wage subsidy. Like that also helped greatly from the federal government. So like, it's just the word unprecedented was tossed around a lot in the early days of the pandemic, but I mean it's at least in the contemporary period it is fairly true.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, do you want to? Oh, I keep thinking you're going to talk. I'm so sorry.
No, it's all good. I just react with the microphone so that people can hear my reactions. Oh.
I mean, I did want to say
you
some
do?
stuff about
okay,
like
just making sure.
In response to what Caro was saying about like ritual, like especially from my perspective as a sort of smaller game developer trying to make these smaller games from a not yet corporate perspective, like there were these prior to the pandemic, there were a lot of these coming together as these sort of parties, these like gatherings of local game developers just hanging out and being together and like sharing space and, having fun together and talking passionately about the games that they're making or the games that they're inspired by. And like, some of these indie darlings that you mentioned were some of the hosts of these parties. And it was like critical for me to see not only that it's possible as a game developer to like come together and have this sense of community and feel like I can make something that I feel really passionate about, but also the fact that these spaces were like, queer, trans, inclusive spaces right at a time in my life where I was like coming out and like becoming more comfortable expressing myself as a trans non-binary person. And like, like the coming together, whether it's online or it's in person, like that is so important for keeping our like spirits and our minds nourished so that we can continue to keep doing this work, whether we have funding or not. Like we can support each other through like, passionate, warm-hearted conversations and like play and like storytelling and like all of that is so important.
Yeah. No, I really love that. I think I definitely resonate with how like this year when we had the experience of for the first time going to an event and seeing people playing our game and like being able to demo our game to people, I was like, man, it's so energizing to see that, right? Like, because games are so I've always said that they're a miracle of human collaboration, but then I changed that to participation. It's just so lovely how we all come to participate and like we invite you to participate and work with me and making this, play this that I made. What do you think? And to not have that like physical experience of participation, it was sad. It was really difficult. I think until we were re-energized by being in the presence of it, I was like, oh, that's why we got into it, you know? So, yeah, I think we need to take this conversation as an invitation to bring it, to bring those kinds of efforts back, or sometimes it's not about going back, but thinking about how do we build something similar that is in service of that, but thinking future-wise.
Definitely.
One thing, just to really jump off of that we were talking about earlier was, there are a lot of places. I mean, you talk about the co-op in Toronto, Gamma Space. I know like San Francisco used to have a couple big ones. I know Montreal has a number of sort of, whether it's co-working spaces or organizations that do events and stuff. Vancouver has never had like a spot, a physical location that things can happen, right? Like when Fully Indie was thriving, it was in a pub downtown, and then that pub closed, and they had to find a new location, and suddenly, a lot fewer people were coming for a while, right? Like just that change of venue. Well, and it took a while for them to find a new place and all that kind of stuff, right? And if you're at the whim of, the pub closing, you don't have that sort of central central hub that people can go to on a regular basis, can, just hang out in and meet other people. And, even, conferences like this are great. And I think about, you mentioned like PAX and GDC as well, that we haven't had in a couple years. Those are also important. You need that face-to-face. You're not just going to meet the person who's going to publish your next game by replying to them on Twitter. But you might meet the person who's going to publish your next game by bumping into them in the halls of GDC, right? Like, whenever I went to GDC, I would often just get the pass that let me in the door, but didn't let me go to any of the panels, because the value of GDC is standing in the hallway and bumping into people, not going to talks. I mean, the talks are great, but the real value is the people who are there, who are gathering together in one place, and that's, I think, true of the local scene as well. And it's great that we have, UBC putting this amazing event on, and I wonder if there are opportunities for an organization to find a way to create, a space for these kinds of communities.
Yeah, and like you're talking about like the spaces in these other cities and stuff, and when I got started, sort of making games seriously here. I was privileged enough to be able to attend Vancouver Film School for programming, and I started hearing these murmurs of like these myths of these indie houses, where these like developers making games that I thought were super cool were like living together and making these games together in these houses. And then like next thing I know, I'm coming to meet some of these people and being integrated into that community, and like like the spots are these sort of happenstance, like passion-fueled places, because, like you said, like nobody can afford a space in Vancouver, an office space in Vancouver, unless you're like Chip Wilson or whatever, who's buying up all the spaces that we used to host events in, and now we can't host events there anymore. So it's like, it has to be driven by this passion of the people who have the privilege of these spaces, to be inviting to people who are new to the industry, to making games as an art form, and like that will always be the driving force. Like, and I want to see it continue.
The space thing is such a challenge in Vancouver. It's a challenge to, especially we're talking about Montreal, talking about other places where space is less of a premium, and it makes it so tempting. I'm from Winnipeg originally, a place where artists could go and get a studio for like $100 a month, $200 a month, like little place in a beautiful section of the city, and like these things are more of an option, depending on your geography. I don't think they're out of the question. I think that if the right people were kind of brought together politically, people who know of a space that is maybe underused, or a person with a space who is interested in to use kind of buzzwords a little bit, build some social capital, do some social good. These people exist, and sometimes it's just a matter of making connections between them. And that's kind of what we're doing here today in a space that we have the opportunity to exist together in. It's a good opportunity to say thank you, Trans Center.
So if any of you out there have space.
Yes.
Anyone owns a bar?
Let us meet in your garage.
Yeah. Stranger things have happened, honestly. But I want to make sure we do talk about some of these questions. We've got a little under 10 minutes left and
Speed
quite a
run.
few questions.
Yeah. We can speed run it.
Okay. What are some lo-fi cost-saving approaches to game dev? Mixed digital and analog, simplified mechanic, but deep and powerful writing, storytelling, etc. These are examples. Any lo-fi game dev? I feel like Daffodil, you might have.
I'm making my game in the graphical style of a PlayStation 1 game because I'm not a talented 3D artist, and I can execute on 3D art assets.
I feel like you are you're a talented 3D artist. You're being
I'm
very
not a
humble.
well-practiced enough 3D
I know
artist
what
to
you're
make
saying.
a high-fidelity
I know.
video game.
Still, that game is available to play in the arcades, so just for anyone who's interested.
Yeah, come play
by.
after.
Any other ideas?
Yeah. So Among Us was actually made in the original creator of Among Us made a lot of games in Flash. He started off doing a lot of games on Newgrounds.com. So there's a lot of different low lift places in which you can start creating games and try it out there. But also Among Us was made, I think, in less than a year because they were just trying to create a game and see what happened. So I think there's a lot of little ways you can make games for sure.
Yeah. Sorry, what was the question?
Oh, lo-fi cost-saving approaches to game development.
Oh, okay. I mean, what these guys have said. Yeah. I mean, another thing, I think there's a lot of great, already made games on the Unity Asset Store that, I remember when we used to host the Global Game Jam here at UBC, people would sometimes wrap up their final projects from the game jam and just put them on the asset store as
cool.
here's a themed template for you to start making something with. And I know that for a lot of people learning Unity, that's kind of a good starting point. Just being like, what can I build on top of this 2 cubes that slide? Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, I mean, there's lots of great small free game engines out there. Game Maker, RPG Maker, RenPy.
Godot.
Pardon me?
Godot.
Yeah, Godot. I mean, the one that, if you're interested in narrative, the one that I started really learning on was Twine. It's just a very sort of basic text-based thing. And really, if you're looking to get into games and you're maybe not a programmer, it's great to do something like Twine where you're not programming, you're using sort of a high-level markup kind of thing, but you can create interactivity, you can understand how branching narrative works or doesn't work, as the case may be. And just learning some basics like, how variables work, what's the difference between a Boolean and an integer. These kinds of things are huge for also working with other people who do program, right? I'm not a programmer, but I can have conversations with our technical director because I have at least that basic understanding of how computers work,
Yeah, absolutely. It's really easy when you're starting making games to get overwhelmed by, I have to know everything. Just start with a very smallest little bit. Just make something that is an interaction. Congratulations, you made a game. It's cool. That's a good thing. Yeah. Okay, so we've got 5 minutes left. Okay. And there's one here. I think it's a big topic. Yeah? Okay. I think it's an important topic. How can the Vancouver game dev scene do better for marginalized creators?
Give your money to marginalized creators.
That's an excellent idea.
It really is that simple. Sometimes.
I think especially for things I've seen, especially when you have if we're talking like a little bit of a bigger studio or something like that, I think putting them in actual like decision-making positions and giving them that support is something that has really been important. For me, especially, it's like also just giving them opportunities to speak about not just their experiences as a marginalized game developer, but actually the talents in which they were hired for is great.
Yeah, I strongly resonate with that. Yeah, just whole inclusivity, not performative inclusivity, but rather just like respect and space and voice.
I mean, and I think to Daffodil's point of give them money, if you are at a larger studio and you have that opportunity, not just, obviously hiring diversely, but providing space for marginalized devs to work potentially, or to gather and to host events and things like that, like we were just saying, would also be a huge boon.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I just want to say one more thing too. A lot of these funding opportunities that are available, as a trans person, it feels like there's pressure for me to make art about being trans. And I don't want to do that. I want to make art about the other things I care about, because the stories I have about being trans are sad and messy and uncomfortable and painful. And like the fact that we are sort of forced to wallow in our pain for this, like you said, performative inclusivity, like that's not okay. So if you like run one of these funding opportunities, stop doing that.
Yeah,
Let us like make what
absolutely.
we want to make without having to like dig into our trauma.
Yeah.
Very well said.
Very well said.
Yeah. We can clap if you want. Go ahead. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, I think. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna choose another question because I want to get through one more. We've got time for one more. I've got a light one.
Great.
A light, fun one.
Rapid
What's your
fire.
favorite part of being indie?
I get to make games about stuff I care about.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
Yeah, do weird shit. It's great.
Weird shit, yes.
Yeah. People. Yeah, it's all about people. Yeah, the people you meet.
I was going to say that, and then I was going to say that, and then I was going to say that.
I know. That's okay.
All of the above.
You're the glue that binds the three.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, if I may contribute one more thing, it's just being so close to community. I feel that, it depends on how your community is, but like one lovely thing about being indie and that I know that our community appreciates is just being present and like being known, not being like a part of a very big machine, just kind of like having an identity and being a person that they can talk to. I think that's very lovely about being indie.
Absolutely.
What a great note to end on.
Yeah, I love that. I think we touched on a lot of really hard topics, some fun things too. I just wanted to say, to really underline those points about community, about helping each other, and about not losing hope in a situation that sometimes feels quite isolating and quite dire. Because the community is there, and if you keep looking for it, it's going to find you. That sounded threatening. It wasn't supposed to.
It's going to come for you.
So yeah. And that, I think, might be our panel.
Thank you for bringing us together and hosting this conversation.
Thank you, Lan.
Thank you
Yeah,
for
what a
coming.
privilege
Thank
to
you,
be on
Len.
this stage talking
Thank you,
for all
Ken.
of you.
Thank you for coming.
Thanks, everyone. Cool.
Thanks, everybody. That was great.
So we're almost done, everyone, I promise. I won't take up much of your time. Thank you for sticking around. My name is Dave Gertner. I'm an assistant professor here at UBC in the Institute for Critical Indigenous Studies, and I played a minor role in helping to bring this conference together. And if you've seen my face in the schedule, you know that I'm here with the unenviable task of providing the closing remarks. And I say unenviable, I guess, because I think the closing remarks indicates that I'm going to give you some sort of punctuation here at the end of a conference, which I don't think I'm qualified to do. We've opened up so many great conversations during this conference and brought together so many communities, and I think really done what we hoped we would do at this conference, which is sort of bridge the gaps between academic, industry, community conversations, so we can all have a better understanding of what we do and how we can support one another, which is why I really love this last panel too, right? To just end on that idea of support and how we're going to bring each other together. So I don't want to close things as much as sort of linger in some of those openings and then share some gratitude and thank yous before we say goodbye. So while I was driving to campus today, I kept coming back to yesterday's keynote from Milos Hantani and Marina Kitika. And I think that keynote, as with so many, it's hard to pick, but that one really resonated with me because it reconnected me to the web of relations that we're caught up in when we play video games. And I think Hantani's argument, and apologies if I'm oversimplifying it, was that the algorithms that try to lead us to new games on platforms like Steam and Twitch, amongst others, are inherently non-relational. That is, that they're algorithms that privilege new content and sales at the expense of human, artistic, and intellectual networks, or those networks that make up the ever-shifting ecosystem of an individual game. So in his talk, Hantani invited us to tap into Ludo ancestry as a means of disentangling ourselves from proprietary networks and having more fulfilling relationships with games. As a means of articulating what Gentry Sayers calls player stories, I think Ludo ancestry is a way for us as players and fans and developers, scholars, to deepen our relationship with games by immersing ourselves in these intricate webs of their genealogies. As a researcher trained in literary and indigenous studies, the idea of Ludo ancestry resonates with me. First, because it erodes the boundaries, which I think are all too often assumed to be indelible here in the academy, between video games and other kinds of texts. Ludo ancestry can illuminate the genealogy of a game mechanic, for example, by surfacing the networks of relations between Dungeons and Dragons and the Final Fantasy series. But it can also lead us to textual, filmic, and scholarly genealogies of a game. For example, it can illuminate the ways in which Chen's Asia as method and Hoda's judgment inform the narrative and gameplay of Hantani and Kitaka's Sephony. Second, Ludo ancestry clarifies the ways in which gaming can be a relational practice. Playing Sephony, Anodyne, or All Our Asias, or for that matter, Neofeud, Hill Agency, or After Work, can, in a world outside of the recommendation algorithm, connect us to networks sustained and nourished by player and developer agency and engagement. Today's panel on Indigenous storytelling with Maze Longboat, and Josh Nilsson, and Josh McKenna highlighted why relationality is so important in games and tech. Sometimes being a good relation means lighting up parts of the network that, in Josh Nilsson's words, have always been there, but maybe aren't registering in the game community. Other times, it means exposing the flaws and pinch points that poison development, for instance, in the essentialist mechanics of character development. And sometimes, as we saw so beautifully in that last panel, it means privileging the community's health and well-being as the only way to ensure that diverse and artistic games that we love and want to play, can get made. Well, I was thinking about what I wanted to say in these closing remarks. I landed on a conversation that I was having with a colleague over dinner last night. We were talking about the deep and abiding relationships that many of our students have with the games that are being discussed at this conference. And through those relationships, we were also speculating on what it must be like for the games developers to know that somewhere in Canada, there's a group of 20 undergraduates huddled around laptops, analyzing and unpacking someone's inventory mechanics. It may very well be the case that developers find what we do in our classes very strange. Developers, you can let me know after this how that lands. But reflecting on Hantani's talks, I was reminded also of the consequence in taking this kind of narrow view. Games in Action has been about expanding the window of relationality between player and game and developer. The question at stake, which is right from the program, is what if we saw games as taking actions upon the world around us, shaping our interactions with each other, setting the rules of our digitized lives, and helping us imagine our virtual selves? Starting from the scale of Hantani's ever-shifting network, a framework that embraces all of us, including students, within the genealogy of a game, provokes the multivalent interactivity that I think we wanted to pursue with this conference. In this formula, it's not only a question of a player plus game / development, but of the conditions that shape this relationship, and even further, the ways in which games inform those conditions. So, before I wrap up, I said that I did want to end with some thanks and gratitude, and that's where I want to go. And I think the biggest one here is that we've had all these great events put together, all these people brought together in these networks and communities over the last few days, and the person who did the majority of this work wasn't able to join us for a huge part of it. So my friend and colleague Chris Patterson was the engine behind this conference. A lot of the ideas that I was just talking about come from his work and his book Open World Empire, which I recommend you checking out. And due to family circumstances, Chris was only able to be with us for a few moments. But his presence, I think, is all throughout this conference, from the pop-up arcade to the talks and everything. So I think, first and foremost, I'd just like to send out a round of applause to Chris and his family for all the work that they've done in bringing us together for this. And then a few other thank yous. Along with Chris, Grace Wood and Sydney Lines have been behind the scenes. These past few days, you've probably seen them bringing out iPads or registering guests, but they have done all the administrative, the marketing, the communication work to make this such a seamless and impactful event. So thanks very much to Grace Wood and Sydney Lines for their work. For the pop-up arcade, we want to thank Heart Projector, as well as UBC's Emerging Media Lab, Catherine Winters, also the developer behind the After Work game, which I had the pleasure of playing last night, and all the game developers, creators, and artists that volunteered for the pop-up arcade. We're so grateful for making that a part of the conference, so thank you. And of course, to the Chan for welcoming us for this event. This is something new that the Chan is trying, bringing research into these spaces and doing these kinds of events that blur the boundaries between community and academic work. And, having giant beach balls at concerts and having arcades. So it was really great to be one of the first conferences to try out this new format. So thank you to Patrick Carabre, the Chan Center staff, both in the front and the back of the house, Everybody backstage has been such a huge help getting everyone set up. And also to Lucas Walden and the UBC Symphony Orchestra and the other artists. Thank you so much. And then lastly, we want to thank all our sponsors that helped to make the last 2 days possible: the Chan Center for the Performing Arts, the Institute for Critical Indigenous Studies, the Community Engaged Documentation and Research, or CEDAR, the Public Humanities Hub, the School of Creative Writing, the Department of English Language and Literatures, Computer Science, Asian Canadian and Asian Migration Studies, the Center for Asian Canadian Research at the University of British Columbia, the International Game Developers Association, and the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Council. Thank you so much to all our sponsors. And that's it. So we do have recordings of all the talks as well as slides. We'll be making those available shortly, and you can find instructions on how to get those through the website in the days to come. So keep an eye out for that. And then lastly, thanks to all of you for being here and sharing in these conversations and ideas. Thank you very much. Okay.